Đi bài tốt cơ. Mr. Ted, if you're here, Mr. Ted, type into the chat. Mr. Ted, type into the chat. Have some engagement, man. Hello. Class part. Wow, you are here, taking attendance. You gotta stay true.
Recording in progress. Ever Perfect Mansion Workshop. Welcome, my friends. Welcome, dear guests and enthusiasts and real estate seekers. Do we have any announcements, Aaron? Should we get it going?
We can get it going. Just hello to everybody. Love to see your faces again. See Meadow, Vitali, Michael, Aman, Daniel, Sid, Nephew, Al, Mike. Hope you're all doing well. Announcements similar to yesterday's pertaining to the VIP session. A shout out to everyone on Facebook. Hope you're doing well. Regarding the VIP session, make sure when you get to your turn, keep your question concise and clear, because as you know, if you show Arvin your plans, there's a lot to take in and digest, and we wanna, as much as possible, narrow it down to, is this
let me explain that even better.
Go ahead.
Look, if you show me a 12,000 square foot plan in the inner circle, I would take that in and study it, and then show up like during our Q&A, and I will go over it, but I will spend hours analyzing it. Okay, if you ask like a very broad question, you're going to watch me in the VIP just kind of looking at it and trying to figure it out. It would take a really long time. It's not like I'm not a computer, I'm still human. Okay, so and we kind of waste everybody else's time where they could ask a precise question. If you ask like, Arvin, what do you think about, especially when it comes to layout, okay, because everything is dynamic, everything connects with each other, okay, in the VIP. So if you ask questions like, Arvin, how do you, what do you think of the way this room connects to this room, okay? I can give you an answer like this. Very quickly, and that's what I want you guys to get in the VIP, okay? I want you to get like specific answers. You want that you can actually implement in your project, for example, right? So, but if you ask me like to critique a layout, right? It's 12,000 square foot, 2 stories, like it's not gonna happen instantly, and then we kind of kill time for everyone else, okay? So if you haven't still asked a question, and for the VIP session, you want to come in, write your question down. It's like, ask a specific question. I'll promise you I'll give you an answer, okay? We're not running away from questions. I want you guys to get answers, but just don't keep it broad, okay? Because it just takes a long time to put everything together, okay?
And for those who
what
have
else do
been
we have?
saving your questions up, now is the time between today and tomorrow to start using it. If you like, we'll guarantee you at least one, but so you don't fall behind in the order, I think now you don't need to hold back anymore. You can, starting today, at least get your one question out of the way. Perfect. Before we begin, real quick, like we did yesterday, I just want to see if anyone, wants to sort of share a little quick. Did they have any aha moments? Is there anything from yesterday's session, specifically the VIP session, really impact you? Was it eye-opening? I know, Nicole, you got Arvin to, take a good look at your property. Any thoughts you have? Anyone? Any hands up? Anyone want to share something they learned yesterday or something they took away from the session? Yep, Nicole's unmuted. Hey, Nicole.
I really appreciate your insight, and I especially love hearing about other people's projects, because none of us have one question. We all have many, many questions, and this gives us an opportunity to learn from other projects.
Nicole, you nailed it, okay? I took it, paid around $55,000, okay, and hired a consulting coach, okay, to learn about consulting, because I had never done consulting, okay? And I was initially doing one-on-one consulting, which I got booked so fast, okay, and it was really affecting, I felt like, the quality of my videos that I'm making, which I love making, and it was extremely time-consuming. And I always thought that that's what the customer wants. But my consulting coach, who's again, this guy coaches Tony Robbins, okay? Just so you know how high level I went, okay, to make sure I learned this business correctly, okay? He's the coach that set up the format of how Tony Robbins coaches, okay? Different subjects, obviously I'm not the life coach, right? But what he told me is like, your clients, Arvin, don't want one-on-one. I was like, what? No, they do. He's like, no, they don't. They get 100% more value if you do it in group setting. And I was like, explain how. And he said, first of all, they don't know the questions that they should be asking. I was like, okay. And he was right, because a lot of you are not even asking the right questions that you should be asking. But when I put 10 of you guys together, one of them asks a question, you're like, holy crap, I didn't even consider that. And then right now, this is happening in the inner circle, okay? Where we have developers. Like, if you think you're building your dream home and you're very confident and you don't need help, like, there are developers in the inner circle asking for my help and asking for everybody else's help. So when a problem arises, I give my 2 cents, right? Again, the last thing I will tell you is that I know it all. I don't. Okay, I'll be very honest with you. I'm a student, okay? I'm dedicated, I'm a student, but 10 brain is way better than 1 brain, okay? In any case, I don't care what kind of a brain you have, okay? But so what happens in the inner circle is that one person, somebody submits a question, I work on it for hours, I give an answer, and then everybody else jumps on it too. And they give their feedback. And then that concept becomes bulletproof. And I think that's the biggest take, that you don't even know this, Nicole, that this happens in the setup. But that's how you really get, first of all, you ask the right questions, and then you get a bunch of people, a community of people who are in the same field. And some of them are professionals. They do this for a living, okay? They're not just building a dream home. They do this in and out. They've done 10, 20 different projects. They pitch in. They give their 2 cents. No, you should use this material. Arvin, I've used this material, and this was better, and it's cheaper, and I have a setup for it. So it's just teamwork, setup. That's why, I think if you haven't signed up for VIP, if you sign up, you'll get the recordings of the last sessions as well. And you will kind of understand how team environment and working as a community together, it works. And I think the best things about what you guys don't know, you think creators are, being a creator is a very lonely job. I spent so many hours in this studio that my wife was telling me, Arvin, you're becoming antisocial. Okay, and I'm a very social person. And he was like, you're becoming antisocial, you're avoiding crowds, you're avoiding this, what's going on? You're just spending too much time in it. So when I proposed the idea of having it in a circle, she was like, that's exactly what you need. You need a community. You need to talk to people. You're just talking to a camera all the time. So again, I'm a big believer of this. I'm a big believer, and I've seen the results in VIP and Inner Circle. So thanks for sharing for that. Okay.
Thank you, Ken.
Good.
Amazing.
Okay. So do we have any other announcements? Should we go? Should we get
Well,
started?
before that, you had mentioned that today is the day you're going to offer the application form for those interested in learning about your Inner Circle.
Yes.
And I think now would be a good time to drop it in the
Yeah,
chat.
drop it in and
before-
look. Yeah, you can drop it in for everybody. Look, I've received emails of people saying reserve a spot. I love you guys, and the people who emailed are qualified. You could get in, but I'm going to go through the same process I go. I'm going to give everybody a fair chance. So it doesn't matter if you're regular admission VIP. You have to still fill out the application. Even the people who I know they're qualified and emailed before, you're qualified, but you still have to fill out the application. You have to go through the process, and everybody gets a fair shot. Just to be clear, let's get started. Okay.
All right. Everyone ready?
All right. Okay, I'm so excited. Huh?
Okay.
Whoa, what was fireworks, bro?
Yeah,
What's going
there
on?
we go.
Okay, let me share my
Go ahead.
screen. Guys, this day 3, day 4, day 5 are my favorites, okay? And so far, we've been working on some of the principles that is hard to change, right? Like how can you improve a view, right? But like you got to cut your neighbor's tree out. Okay? How practical that is, right? But today, the principles that we are actually going to talk about, you're going to have a lot more, or like your lot orientation. If there's a hospital next to you, like there's not much you can do. You know, you can't pick up the house and move it, right? Like, okay, you can hedge it, block the noise and stuff. But now today we're going to talk about architectural style. We're going to talk about scale. We're going to talk about a lot of the stuff that you can actually impact, okay? And improve. So it gets really more technical, more exciting, and I think you're going to get a lot of value out of it. All right, let's rock and roll. Okay, architectural style, one of my favorites. I've read books, and these are books are going to be recommended in your homework today, okay? And books, okay? And I watch videos of architects. I study architects' works. I go to their website. When you guys are on Instagram, when you guys are watching my videos, I am going to famous architects' websites and looking at their works, okay, and analyzing their works, okay, and getting ideas. They are a vast amount of architectural styles that it's impossible to cover, right, in this 5-day workshop. But what I designed this segment of the architectural style is understanding the key principles that is the same for all of them, okay? A part of your homework, you will see how you can kind of focus on the architectural style that you're interested, but what I'm about to teach you will apply to all of them, okay? And this is like the language of architectural styles, okay? Key principle, how authentic it is to the original style, okay? So when I give you guys this homework, okay, you can go look, you got to buy this book, you got to buy the other book, and what you do is you go find your own architectural style and read about the history of that architectural style, okay? And you want to stay consistent with what that architectural style was originally designed for. And you're like, why, Arvin? Like, we can make improvements. Not really, okay? Not really. Why? Because you see, Hollywood movies have done it and your own eyes, just walking through the streets, your neighborhood, seeing beautiful homes. You've been programmed with the traditional style specifically, okay, to hardwired to like a certain elements of the architectural style that have been consistent, okay, over the time and perfected over the time. So when it comes to the traditional architectural style, I'm talking about Georgian style, Mediterranean style, Cape Cod, Hampton, Shingle, Queen Anne, ton of them, right? Colonial, like all the segments of architectural styles, French, Normandy. You have to go look at the originals, okay, and see where are the original fundamental issues of that, and when that you have to follow, okay. Now, what you would see typically, you would see tract home developers have. Again, this is a kind of a bigger conversation. I don't want to take too long because we're covering 4 principles today. But what happened was after World War II, when the GIs came back to the United States, they needed a lot of housing, and we streamlined. We started manufacturing homes with tract home developments instead of building custom homes like we used to. Okay, the craft of building homes, and again, this is something us Americans we could be very, very proud of, is that the architectural styles that have been perfected before 1960s in the United States are some of the best, or if you look at the originals, okay, are some of the best, most curated, perfectly balanced ratios, elements that is now acceptable as the example that everyone else should follow. But what has happened after World War II, because they were mass producing these homes, they were doing carbon copies of them and reducing costs and elements to make it cheaper to build, and not paying attention that if you tweak this, it's going to affect something else. Okay, like if you enlarge the windows, how is that going to affect other elements of the property? Okay, so as far as what's would optically look right to you and get the highest resale value is the authentic style, and that's how you're going to do. Now I'm going to teach you how to compare it later on in the video, so I'll give an example of this, okay, so you see it. And if it's a modern style, modern by definition has to innovate. Okay, if you just do a white box, okay, and you're doing a cookie cutter white box modern, if you really want to enhance it, you have to innovate. You have to do something. Modern is now, right? Modern. So if if you're copying someone else, you're doing a traditional take on a modern. You see what I'm saying? Like, you have to innovate. So if that's how you get better and better and innovative. So really, modern style is the style that you can experiment a lot with. Okay. Then, so those are the key elements of architectural style. Then when you're looking at a neighborhood, okay, how desired it is in that neighborhood has a huge impact. I'll give you guys an example. In Pacific Palisades, modern homes were not desired whatsoever, okay? In Brentwood, Los Angeles, modern homes are not desired as much, okay? But if you go to, let's say, Melrose, right? 3rd Street, Melrose, modern white boxes are everywhere. Everyone wants a modern white box. Very different, okay? So, strategically speaking, if you're planning to build like a modern house in Pacific Palisade, you already should know you're extremely limiting your buyer pool for that area. Okay. Now, I'm not saying don't do it. Okay. You just have to there's that much more pressure on you to make sure you execute that modern design so perfectly that it's not, the population is not zero. It's just statistically a lot less. To make sure that particular buyer that comes in and looks at it, there's no ifs and buts and says, oh, I don't like this modern. They better freaking like that modern, okay? So you don't screw up and lose a lot of money, right? Now, the huge element, okay, this is a really big one, okay? How suited it is for the lot. Big. People don't even pay attention to this, okay? They normally, I would tell you this, what happens. You go buy a lot, you hire an architect, and you tell the architect, I really like the French Normandy style. Okay, they're like, okay, we'll design. The architect doesn't even go in to tell you, hey, the French Normandy style is not a really good architectural style to sit on this lot. A Georgian style home would do a lot better. The way it would sit on the lot, the traditional layout, would get a lot more out of it, right? But if you're married to the French Normandy style, you better go buy the lot that the French Normandy style would sit perfectly on. You see what I'm saying? But that process doesn't happen. That train of thought, the correct chain of actions that you have to take, okay? No one tells you this. Nobody teaches you this, okay? So you have to know which architectural styles utilize the lot the best way, okay? So you have to pay attention to that. And then you got to look at how timeless it is. This is a huge element, okay? You should try to stay away from trends. What do I mean by that? In the 1990s, I'll give you an example for Los Angeles, and I'm sure in your own city it would apply, maybe possibly different architectural styles, maybe there's some overlap. But in the 1980s and 1990s, the cookie cutter Mediterranean home was very popular. We got 10 years of developers and spec developers building cookie cutter Mediterranean homes. 2000, the white box became super, super popular. 2000 to really 2016, 2000 to 2010, the white box got played out, and all the developers and home flippers basically just put sidings on top of the white box and a sloped roof and call it a Cape Cod. So we have a ton of Cape Cod homes which have nothing to do with Southern California. Okay, it doesn't exactly go against the nature of California, but it's a Cape Cod. We're in like that's northeast. We're southwest. Okay, completely different area. There's a ton of Cape Cod homes that were built from 2000 to 2010. Then 2010 we have the modern farmhouse, and modern farmhouses are now played out. So what you want to do is, just because everybody else is following that, okay, you want to pay attention to make sure you don't fall into that trap, okay? And if you happens to love that style, it's really not because you really love it. It's because that's the palette that you've seen on Instagram, okay? You see, you have to, that's why it's so important to do your homework, and I kind of keep emphasizing this, is that what the algorithm shows you on the internet is what the stuff that you spend the longest time looking at it. And if the majority of your developers are showing you Cape Cod homes, and those what your friends are posting and friends' houses going, that affects your palette, okay? And you become stuck in that, and you fall in love with the, let's say, the Georgian style, because that's what the algorithm kept showing you. And you don't know that, like, for example, this other styles would really, really fit your lot better. It will look better. And if you really dig deep in it, you might even like it more than, the Cape Cod, whatever, right? So how timeless it is, I gravitate towards make sure the architectural style I am helping my customer, if it's a flip, because I have developer clients, right? I have that in the inner circle that I'm helping them, to make sure it's actually anti-trend, okay? Because I don't want to be in just another house, right, that comes on the market. I want it to be something different. So make sure it's not the trend based, and it's a timeless architectural style that fits the lot perfectly, right? Form and function. How does that architectural style uses the lot in the most positive way to make sure the functionality is good and form is good, okay? Now, how to fix an architectural style. Now, we're going to start talking about fixing stuff, okay? As to beginning, there was not that much, right? Like for lot quality, like not much location, you can't really fix. I told you guys, like you can, I will talk about, there's stuff that you can do with day 4, day 5. We're going to focus on how to fix elements of it. But in architectural style, here's how you can fix it. When you first look at an architectural style home, okay, you have to ask yourself, what does it want to be? Okay, what stands out the most? Is it historically accurate and still relevant today? What do I mean by that? What you will see a lot of times, if a house is built after the 1960s or 70s or 80s or 90s or 2000s, the actual inspiration behind the house was a carbon copy of something else. They did not go after the original based on the original design. They based it on some other developer in their neighborhood that chose an architecture that the property sold, right? It was like, because again, most people are uneducated about this, right? That's why there's so much money to be made in residential real estate, because it's so inefficient. Okay, no, I'm the only person I know that is talking about this stuff. Okay, it's so inefficient that people don't have a palette. People don't know what's going on. They look at it like Mediterranean home, and they're like, "Oh, this property sold. Okay, so if that sold, that's a comp. Let's try to do it similar to this. This is what the market wants." When in reality, that's because that's the only thing that was available at that time. Nobody ever showed them the better one. So you have to pay attention to was the inspiration the original Mediterranean home, or no, the home that sold 3 years ago, and this current developer is trying to copy. Look, and then and then you got to understand. So what does it want to be? Okay, and then look for unbalanced ratio, window sizes, door sizes, ceiling heights. Is it historically accurate and still relevant today? Okay, you normally would see. Again, you have to go read this architectural style you're trying to do, and then see if compare that architectural drawing that you got from your architect to the originals, and see if he's just modeling this behind what his last client was doing, Or no, there's actually pairs of 2 windows on colonial homes. Why is he doing pairs of 3 windows? Just because he's trying to give functionality, put a window somewhere, okay? So, very, very important, okay? Then look for the type of material used in facade. This is a huge important, okay? Again, we have gone so far off tangents, okay, of the material people are using on their facades, doing trend-based elements or what's available or what's less expensive, okay? And they're not paying attention what type of material to use that is actually authentic to the architectural style. You see, like, Cape Cod homes that they have elements that original Cape Cods never had. Somebody just introduced it, became like a trend in this micro neighborhood, and now all the houses have the same flaw. Okay, so and then how do you improve it? The question you have to ask yourself is, how could it be better? See, when I'm actually critiquing homes, I never ask the question, what's wrong with it? That's not the question you're supposed to ask. You always ask the question, how could it be better? Okay, how could it be better? Don't ask the question, what's wrong with it? You won't find it. But if you ask the question, how could it be better? Your brain will ask the right questions and look for the right examples to see how you can improve it, okay? So that's a key element. Now, I'm going to give an actual example. How many of you guys saw this property, this video of mine? How many of you guys saw this video? Raise your hand.
Okay. See a couple, yeah. Okay. 2 hands, yes.
Yeah. If you haven't seen this video, can you spot the flaw? Okay, if you already have seen it, don't say anything. But if you have not seen this video, can you spot the flaw of this property? I'll give you guys 3 seconds. Did anybody type anything?
Aman says, what are those windows? Near actually did, and then I think he didn't want to maybe spoil it, so he went back on it, but it's the windows that we're seeing.
So if you look at the traditional Georgian style, the complete focus of a Georgian style is on the front door of the property, okay? Everything is balanced off the front door. So the front door, the facade, the front door is the part that is emphasized the most and everything else is based out of, and that's the part that has to stand out, okay? Is the main character, okay? The main element of the house. The windows of this house are so big that are competing with the front door. They're almost the same size as the front door. So what happens when you see this design, you subconsciously, okay, your eyes go wide. Instead of focusing on the front, your eyes go wide. And now I'm going to show you how you would fix an architectural style like this, okay? Look, what did I do over here? Okay, first of all, this is a single cross you're doing on the windows, okay? I increased the amount of grid system. So I have grids of 6. That makes the glass look smaller. Okay, do you understand that? The more lines you have on your glass makes the glass look smaller or bigger. So if you want the glass to look bigger, don't put any grids on it. Okay, or put only 4. If you want to make it much smaller, do 8 or 10, right? It makes the window look a lot smaller. Then, again, this is at almost like no cost, okay? Take the moldings off, put shutters, okay? And now look at this. You see how the front, look at this. Look, this is like, I sketched it right here. You see how this looks really small? Now, do you see how the front door just popped? Do you see how, now when you're looking at it, the windows are an accent. And the main element in the center is the front of, that's where your eyes focuses, and then the symmetry around it really complements the house. Okay, super, super important. So another element is like, for example, if this line over here, you guys see this line? This line, this over here, okay?
Yeah.
What is this line doing? What this line is doing is making the house more horizontal. See, horizontal lines in the front facade make the house wider. Okay, vertical lines stretch the house, increase the volume of the house. Okay, it makes the ceilings look bigger than what they are. So these are all optical illusions that you can use. Look at these, like this window is literally coming down to the floor. It's technically speaking, it's a door. It's almost a door. Okay, so it's competing with the front door, which is slightly bigger. As to when I'm fixing this architectural style, that this, when you're looking at this design, this looks like a property you would actually see in, let's say, outskirts of London. Like Georgian style is a British original design. It's a property you would see in Cotswold, right? Like you would see like a classic Georgian house that would be, you've seen in the movies. Again, we've seen enough of the right ones that if we look for errors, okay, we can find it. Okay. Now we're going to give more examples of this in an exercise.
Quick clarification from Hazel. Especially, I assume she's talking about maybe all of them, but did you adjust at all the size of the windows, or is it just the grid and the shutters?
No, I made it slightly smaller. Okay, I made it slightly smaller, and I also added the grids. I added an extra grid to make it smaller.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So you made it slightly smaller, but it looks like you made it much smaller.
But I actually did two versions of this. Okay. So I did two versions of the one version was hold on. I think I actually have it over here. I did two versions of it. One version I did like if you actually spent more money to reframe the windows, and I did another version, I don't have it with me, that if you kept the windows, okay, like let's say a less expensive option, right? If you didn't have the budget to do it. So remember, all these things I'm telling you, there's a whole budget element to it too, okay? Which I know you guys care a lot about, right? There's a budget that you're working with, which actually is a great segue, okay, to think about. Now, you've been doing your homework on multiple properties, okay? Pick one of them right now in your head. One of the properties that you're working on, okay? Now, I want you to think about, okay, if you were to improve its architectural style, think about it, okay? How much would you be able to improve it? From the lessons I'm going to teach you right now, okay? If you were to improve the architecture, let's say you give a score to your architectural style right now in your head, type it in, okay? Type in the architectural style score of the property you'll be looking at. Okay.
Everyone type a number out of 10.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So type it like whatever. Just practice with me, okay? Because you're gonna do this once you finish this course. If you don't do this, then again, if you actually want to take action, do the homework. Do what I'm asking you to do right now, okay? So, what would you give your architectural style of the property you're working on right now? You're planning to build whatever 0 to 10. What would you give it to? Did they answer?
Almost all sixes, except Nero who gave it a 1.
Okay. How much could you improve it potentially? Okay, could it become a 10 or could it become an 8? Okay, or like what do you think is possible? Put that into right now. Okay, so if it was a 6, can it be a 7? Can it be an 8 or no? Like there's no room for improvement.
There was 1 or 2 cases with no room for improvement, but the others are coming in. Vitaly says 8 can't improve. Interesting.
Okay, now. This is the most important part, okay? This is the most important part. How much value would it add to the resale value of your property if you make this improvement? Type that in.
Okay. Asking us in USD, yeah?
Yeah, because if you're planning to build your home, design your home, these are the things that you have to do, okay? So don't be shy to do it because this is exactly what you have to do to come up with how much improvement you're going to make and then how much budget you can allocate to it. You get it? You have to do this for all of them, all these 10 principles, okay? Because you have to know, you're not going to have a budget to, I mean, you could, but most of you won't have a budget to improve everything at 100%. It won't pencil, right? The project won't pencil, you're overspending. So do you have a particular budget? You have to understand what would be the ultimate what would be the ultimate score that it could really get that you would be happy for, how much value would it add, and how much would it cost? Okay, this is what we do. Okay, this is why you will hire a consultant. Okay, this is why you would be like, Arvin, what combination? Arvin, I have 3 million to spend on my bill. Okay, should I do the facade? Should I do the finishes? Should I do the layout change? Or I don't know. Should I spend the money on landscaping? How much? What it is right now? How much we can make improvements? How much would that increase the value of? And how much is your budget? Okay. The good news.
Always try to think. Go ahead, Arvin.
The good news is this. This is the good news. Okay. Do you guys see this? Yes. After taking this course, okay, if you were to improve your property by 10%, its resale value. Okay, the stuff that you learn from this course. Okay, if you were, I'm assuming a $1 million home for the sake of numbers. Okay, if you were to improve from what you learn in this course, improve your property by 10%, only 10%, which I think I can easily, I've already seen myself improve people's properties by 20%, 30% in the inner circle, but let's just say 10%, okay? This is the financial impact on you. So pay attention, don't goof around, and you might want to look at, re-listen to the recordings of this course because it has a huge financial impact on you. Assuming 6% appreciation, which is standard pretty much throughout the entire world over the last 30 years or 50 years, every year residential real estate increases by 6% on average, okay? In 10 years, if you improve it by 10% today, it will be $179,000. In 20 years, it would be $320,000. In 30 years, it will be $574,000. In 40 years, it will be $1 million. In 50 years, it will be $1.8 million. If you improve your house from what you learned today by 10% for a $1 million house. For a $3 million house, by year 50, it will be $5.5 million. Why did I use 50? I'm 40 years old, okay? 42 years old, 43 now, sorry, 43 years old. It's safe to assume with the technology, medicine, and everything, our generation will probably live till we're like early 90s on average. Okay, so if I'm at age 43, I purchase a property for $3 million, and I purchase the right 10% better property from this course by learning or applying the elements that I'm teaching you in your residential development, and you're planning to hold this property for a $3 million home, $5.5 million for a $5 million home, $9.2 million in 50 years. That's how much impact you can have. Okay, so everything matters, and you have to score it. Okay, you have to score it. You have to understand how much improvements is possible. At the end of the day, best case scenario, how much it's going to cost, how much it's going to be, how much value will add, and how much it will cost. Okay, I'm going to jump to the next one. Did I stop sharing?
How do you do? Yeah, you did. I just wanted to say, make sure everyone here get in the habit of thinking in value. And when we say value, percentages are fine, but the problem with percentages is like when Arvin said, it's hard to equate it to cost, because cost is not in percentages. Cost is in dollars or your respective currency.
Yeah.
It can be you think you're thinking and factoring things in, but all you have is a bunch of percentages that really mean nothing to you. When you start thinking in dollars or in euros or whatever and comparing that to your costs, it all comes into place and you can see the big picture. But go ahead, Arvin.
And your money in your bank is not in percentages. Your contractor doesn't ask you in percentages. They ask for dollars, right? Your interior designer, it's all dollars, right? So this is a very good exercise, okay? To start, you need to start allocating price, okay? Because otherwise we're in a rosy, like I'm very hands-on. I'm very like practical, like about making money for you guys. Like my job is not here to like teach you artistic elements. My job here is to save you a ton of money, millions of dollars today, and make you millions of dollars in the next 50 years. Okay, so it's all about dollars at the end of the day. So you need to use dollars, don't use percentages, because then you're lying to yourself. Okay, all right, let's go to the next one. Again, day 4, day 5, we're going to come back to this. Okay, so this is kind of the I'm teaching you the alphabet. Don't worry, we're not done with architectural styles, okay? Let's talk about finishes, okay? Definition, counters, floors, cabinets, faucets, visible surfaces people obsess over, okay? This is the perhaps, before being introduced to my channel, you probably, majority of your thoughts were going to this. Okay, where I hope my channel has helped you say, like, these are important, it's good, but these are like elements that you trick people with. They're not the fundamentals. Don't ever fall for finishes. Okay? Finishes is the only part of the property you can change, and it's the part of the property that depreciates the most. As to everything else I'm teaching you, lot orientation, lot utilization, lot quality, neighborhood, those are the parts that appreciate. If you're in real estate and you do taxes, you know which part of the property you depreciate and which parts appreciate, okay? So your land is the part that appreciate. Your finishes, you get to depreciate it on your taxes because they do depreciate, they go out of style, okay? Now, at the same time, this is the part that you can fool people, you can trick people with, you can make a lot of money with, okay? And I'm here to help you teach that to you to make sure you can do it to make money, okay? But and also at the same time not fall for it when other people are busting it on you, okay? So, finishes lifespan. Expect finishes to last about 10 years before needing updates. Very important element. And I think one of the most important part of it is that you have to, if you're buying a new home or you're remodeling your finishes, you have to understand your inspiration, your Pinterest, okay? Where in that cycle you are. Super important, okay? One of the biggest mistakes could be you're still in love with the end of the 10-year cycle of a style because you saw all your friends have it. You didn't have the money with your family. You're making the money. And now you just want what your friends had, right? And it's at the end of the style. You end up getting at the end of the style when it's already dated. When instead of trying to copy your friends, you should be looking at what's next. If you want to have the cool house, the best house for the next 10 years and resale value. Very important. This is a big flaw. And I can literally, one of the things when I analyze a property, I look at year built and I know what finishes were in at what dates, and I can tell immediately if it was towards the end of the cycle or the beginning of the cycle. Very important, okay? Light exposure. This is another element that no one talks about finishes, okay? Which way the room you're finishing is facing in relations to the sun hugely affect what palette you work with. Like again, people don't even think it. If you're a south-facing property, okay, and you're a north-facing property, significantly impacts which palette you should choose. I'm going to give you an example very early on, okay? The other element is that when you're choosing your finishes, okay, where does it start from? You know, it really starts from the time you have to make the most important decisions, okay, which is a lot of times you're behind schedule, right? You first, this is the exact process. You go through architect. Right now, for example, Nicole has not figured out her finishes yet, okay? I can promise you. Okay, she's got how big the house is, the architectural style. She's somewhat sure where the house sits. She's not so sure, but she's right now thinking, I'm going to figure out the finishes. Okay, but what happens is that when the construction starts, right? Because you don't need to declare your finishes when you're getting permits. Okay, the city doesn't care what finishes you pick. Okay, but when you get started, then first thing your contractor is going to say, you got to pick the windows. So now you have to choose the color of the window. Okay, again, happens every day. Okay, this is a very simple example of how you guys make mistakes. Pay attention. So you haven't picked out your finishes, but this decision comes in the area because if you don't order your windows when the property is framed, windows have a huge lag time, and you have to order your windows right now because it takes sometimes 3 months, 6 months to get them manufactured. You have to make that decision. So the color of your windows that you decide to do ends up dictating the color of your floors, and then the color of your floors dictates the color of your cabinets, when you never sat down beforehand and actually think, no, the color of my window was not a primary decision that ended up making the decision for everything else. Did that make sense? Did that make sense? Okay, this happens all the time. The sequence of the event. You don't have your architect does not care. Your interior designer does not care. Like you need to be looking. You need to look ahead. Okay, so I can tell you, I can go to a property and tell you they first decided the window and floor color. Okay, the wood floors, because they first chose the windows and they're like, okay, what's the first thing that comes next to it? Is the floors. Okay, then that dictated the palette. That dictated the palette for the rest of the house, and then they went off that tangent that they were forced into. Okay, I hope I made my case clear. Color palettes, earthy natural tones are the safest, okay, and most timeless, okay, always. That's never going to change, okay. Don't go with trends, okay. So again, if you want resale value, okay, don't go with trends. You can make a beautiful design. Try to innovate, okay. Try to do the design that everyone talks about you. If you put the right team together, right, you can be the one the house that everyone talks about. And I hope if you're here looking to, either learn from me, you're not planning to build a average home, because I don't do average homes. Okay, I'm not geared towards average homes. I don't talk about average homes. I talk about the best of the best of the best. Okay, properties that when people come to your house, they will tell you, "I love your house. This is the best house I've ever seen. Who helped you?" Okay, and then you will say, "Arvin, take his course." Okay, but so aim for timeless colors that don't date the property. What is the current palette in your neighborhood, guys? I think we're going to go over today. I'm sorry. Texture. Okay. 2 to 3. Okay, I think texture is the most underrated element in finishes. Okay, and it is one of the most powerful at the same time, and it really gives a life, a feeling, warmth to the property. And we've been stuck on these smooth finishes so often because that's what we've had. Okay, so I think texture always is, first of all, it's becoming more popular right now, but I think it's a humongous element that you should be thinking about, okay, about doing it. Now, what's important with almost all design finishes, okay, you need to, you can start with colors, okay, and then finishes or textures, right? You need to have one dominant, one secondary, okay? You can have a third one too, but it better be really tiny. It's really an accent, okay? A lot of times you don't really need a third one. You can do it with a pillow, okay? So it's either one or two. It's either one or two. It's definitely two, not one. Like you don't want one. This is one thing. It's definitely two. Sometimes three. Sometimes it's not even need. But what's interesting is that you can flip it. Okay, so you can change the dominant element from room to room. Okay, if it applies, if it helps, if that room needs more light. Okay, if that room, you just turned a corner, now this side of the house is north facing. Okay, now you can flip it. Okay, to make sure that room gets whatever element by flipping the finish, because one finish is lighter than the other finish. Okay, it's all connected. Okay, I told you the first 3 days I teach you the principles, and then the interplay of this stuff is why you need to do your homework. Okay, and start thinking about budgets, start thinking about the cost, all the stuff. Okay, durability. I'm not going to talk about. I need to speed it up a little bit. Materials should be chosen for longevity and not just for looks. You should also take into account for that cheap trends finishes will kill resale. Finishes will kill resale faster than almost anything else. You already know that. Material strategy: stick to 2-3 natural material within one palette to keep the house feeling calm and cohesive. These are some of the trends right now that you should want to pay attention to, which is actually good. Okay, I'm really happy that travertine is back. Okay, because it's timeless and it's rare. Okay, if you're planning to design your home, right, travertine is one of the safest, best finishes you can use. That is very timeless. Okay, it's been around since the Romans' times. Okay, so sometime if you were, 15 years ago when shabby chic designs were in, people putting mirrors everywhere. You had to go against the trend. But this is one of the most rare times where the trend is actually good. Okay. Natural tone oak or white oak. I'm seeing more darker oak finishes on the floors for the right rooms, which is important. Bring color, character, personality through art, furniture, wallpaper, or paint, not hard finishes. And perhaps the most understated is continuity. It's a no-brainer. Just because, don't get excited, okay, that say, I'm going to do this room like this, and I'm going to do this room like this, okay, and I'm going to do this room. It's one of the elements is like, you get excited about, there's a lot of beautiful designs, okay, but not all of them is for your house, okay, and putting two beautiful designs, there are very few homes that qualify for an eclectic approach. And it's a serious commitment. It's not easy to do an eclectic home, okay? To do a classy eclectic home. So just because the other room is there's another design element that you can execute, you shouldn't mean you should do it. There's a place, and the powder rooms is when you can cheat, okay? That's when this powder rooms are made for, okay? If you've got this thing in you that you really need to release this design thing that you've had in your head, release it in your powder room, okay? Don't give me 3 bedrooms, completely different palettes that have nothing to do with each other, okay? Not a good idea. Okay, I'm going to show a really quick example of finishes of a house that I think is just broke a record in LA really, really quickly. I'm going to go through them. So I can give you guys an example of a good design. Hold on, I'm going to do this. Let's go. Guys, we're going to go over significantly, I think, today. Sorry. Okay, let me share my screen. We got to go share this one now. Okay, do you guys see this house? This house literally broke one of the craziest records in Los Angeles. And I want to show you guys this because it really applies. But I'm not going to tell you why it applies. Because you should, I want you guys to try, okay? Pay attention to the shape of this house. It's kind of like a key-shape house, right? Like it's an L that sticks out, okay? Pay attention to the shape of this house, okay? Now, pay attention to the finishes they choose inside the house, okay? First of all, landscaping is completely on point, okay? They try to spot flaws and positivity. Do you see how simple this palette is? Right? They're not trying hard. They're not trying to say I'm a great designer, okay? But it's just soft to the eye, okay? Let me show you another example. Now pay attention to the color of the floors. Pay attention to the color of the ceiling, the window frames. Pay attention to the color of the floor. Pay attention to the color of the ceiling. I have a little concrete here. Concrete here. Now look at the kitchen. Pay attention to the kitchen countertop. Do you see what the hell happened here? Because the shape. Actually, I'm not. See. Let me see. I'm just going to say it because we're gonna run out of time. It's already like I have 10 minutes to do so many more. Okay. The reason. Look, they're using dark oak floors. Is that right for every property? No. But every single room in this house has double exposure. Then you can use dark wood floors, right? But then pay attention. 90% of designers would put a marble, busy vein cut marble on the kitchen countertop. They want simple, white, like cream. No pattern. No pattern whatsoever, right? Let the material and the color do the job. You don't need to overdo it. Okay, and the cabinetry. Look at this. I don't like dark kitchens. Okay, I don't like dark cabinets in the kitchens, but I like this. Why? Because they have kept it warm. they have not overused materials and finishes, okay? And everything they've done has been thoughtful. Every element that they've done has been thoughtful, not overdone. Okay, I'm going to go to the next one, okay? There's more to talk about here, but I'm going way too slow today. Okay. Layout, because layout is a big one. Okay, again, when you watch my videos from now on, try to remember all this stuff, okay? Key principles of layout. 3 bedrooms minimum next to each other. At the very minimum, ideally 4, okay? 5, you will attract a whole other demographic, okay? People with big families, okay? But 3, very, very minimal. Wow factor when you walk in, okay? If you want to delay it, you better have an incredible wow factor that you're like charging it up. You're like actually cranking it to release it even better. And you better have an amazing internal wow factor. Did you listen to that? So if you're blocking your wow factor, you better make that initial experience still amazing. It needs to be an initial wow factor that is incredible, okay? And your wow factor should actually, your external wow factor should be even bigger if you have it, okay? If you don't have it, just go with the amazing interior wow factor, okay? Indoor-outdoor flow. Super, super important, okay? And if you live on the east side, it still matters for the 2-3 months that it's sunny, okay? And also, indoor-outdoor flow, what does it mean? A lot of openings to the outside, which would invite natural light. And if you live in northeast, okay, you still don't have that much sun. You need a lot of windows. So don't just think of it as, think of it also as window placement. Natural connections, okay? You gotta know, and I hope you know this, which rooms really connect well with each other and have to be next to each other, okay? For example, a family room has to be very close to the kitchen. You can't make the kitchen too far away from the family room, right? You need another example of internal privacy, okay? So what does internal privacy mean? You need to have a guest bedroom away from the main from the family bedrooms, okay? I think the best, okay, I'm going to show you guys a really good example, a very good example, which will really tie everything I'm talking about together. But common problems that we have is a long house, okay? With long houses, this is the way you fix it. I've fixed so many long houses. It's one of my specialties, okay? But the way you fix a long house is one of the easiest ways to fix it is by choosing the right place to enter the property, okay? The worst place to enter the property would be from the long end, okay? So you have to find a way to come from the side and enter from the middle, okay? That's one way of doing it. And then which rooms you stack after each other to make it optically not look long when you're on the inside. On Friday, okay, I am dropping a video about the house with the mountain lion, okay? Prime example. So they put the garage on one end. They put, so you walk by the garage, they created kind of an internal walking private driveway, but like a private walkway to the entrance. But at the same time, you're walking right next to the garage. So you kill a little bit of length there. Then your big main room is divided into two spaces. That's it. And then at the end of that space, there's a room that they covered, which is the chef's kitchen. And behind that, from the outside, is the office. So by placing these spaces in a way to both the entrance, it comes in a little bit from the inside, not from the end, but also you stack these rooms at the end to make sure optically, and you block it, you optically make the house look shorter. That video on Friday is a masterclass, okay? It's gonna drop. Excessive hallways, okay? Excessive hallways is like a prime example of excessive hallways is your bedroom distributions, okay? How long, where you put the bedroom. Again, if you're working on the beginning of the project, it's really easy. Like the shortest amount of hallway would be, you go to when you enter the bedroom section, there's a bedroom to the left, the bedroom to the right, and the primary bedroom is at the end, okay? Shortest amount of hallways, right? Very short. Very good example. I'm gonna show you guys again, it would work, okay? And then dark, poorly lit. You're not planning what to put where again, this example is going to tie in all this stuff. It's not, if it's not clicking. Dark, poorly lit spaces. You didn't think about in which corner of the house you want to have breakfast. You didn't think about when you're inviting friends over for a gathering, let's say from 5 p.m. to 7, 8 p.m. in summertime when it's sunny, where are you going to have the most amount of natural light coming from? The west. You didn't think that, okay? You put the formal living space on the west side in the morning, so in the afternoon it's not getting any natural light or views of the sunset or whatever you've got going on for yourself, okay? Now, I'm going to show you a really, really good example, okay? Which really goes on to say how much just an average home, like you got to know which elements you can improve and which elements you don't have to improve, okay? And still like get an amazing resale value, okay? This is one of my favorite homes and it's not a mansion. Hold on, how do you go view? Oh, I think you go over here. Here we go. Here we go. And okay, look at this house, okay? This house came on the market. It sold in 20 days.
See the File Explorer.
Huh?
That's a big share. We still see the File Explorer.
Oh my God, sorry guys.
Share the expanded image, yeah.
Here we go. Okay. Okay, this house came on the market in Silver Lake for $6.9 million, sold for $6.3 million in first day it came on the market. Okay, and it's a tiny house. You'll see the spec. Okay, but I want you to look at this. I'm going to ask you to spot the flaw in the layout and what's good about the layout. Okay, so pay attention. I'm going to go through the photos really quick. Try to bring everything I've taught you into this, okay? You see the downtown LA view right here? That $6.3 million is so much for Silver Lake, okay? Pay attention to the finishes. Again, pay attention to the finishes. This is the guest house / office. Okay, now here's the layout. Can everybody look at the layout really quick?
Yes.
Okay. This is one of the most brilliant layouts I have ever seen. Okay, and I'm telling you, I'm not lying to you when I say L-shaped homes are one of the best shape designs to really give you an incredible bang for the buck for your particularly your function, okay? Form, you can do L-shaped homes in different architectural styles, but pay attention to this layout, okay? First of all, this home is southeast facing, okay? It's a southeast facing property. Here's your front door, you walk in, you have a wow factor immediately. Check. You turn to the right, you have an open kitchen, semi-open kitchen that opens up here, and you have a family room right next to it. Guess what? Your breakfast nook is east facing. Okay, morning, it's gonna be lit. It's gonna wake you up. When you're sipping your coffee, you can enjoy the downtown LA view. You can look at the view, you can watch the sun come up, and you get the natural light coming in. Look at the bedroom distribution. The guest bedroom is over here. Okay, far away from the bedroom wing. You come out over here, this is an office, okay? Could have been another bedroom, it could have been a media room, but their media room is over here. This is your dining table over here, this is the formal living space, and you have a bar over here, like a bar against the wall that opens up. You have a fireplace, you have a deck, you have a swimming pool over here, and then you have a view, okay? A lot of depth over here. Then look at the hallway spaces, okay? You come in, you have the laundry room over here, you have a linen closet, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and this is the only hallway you have in the entire home. This. Let me draw in. Look at that. This is part of the primary suite. I don't count this as a real hallway. I mean, your stacking room is very, very efficient. But as far as like within the living spaces, this is the only hallway you have in the entire property. Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you guys to spot the flaws. Okay. Type it in. What is the flaw that you see in this design? Type it in.
Bath not in the room.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job. This one doesn't have, this one, the bathroom is a cross. This one doesn't have a shower. If you want to use the shower, you have to come use this one. This one doesn't have a good closet. Okay. And your primary suite to your kitchen is really far. Right? It needs a kitchenette. But then look at outdoor, indoor, outdoor, indoor, outdoor, indoor, outdoor, indoor, outdoor. Everything opens up. Okay. Now pay attention. There is a vegetable garden over here for the kitchen that you can come over here, go grab your vegetables. There's separation for the office if you're working from home. It is an incredible layout, okay? But you can see, and then let's go look at the finishes, okay? We just talked about a lot of the, hold on, let me get out of here, okay? Now, other elements, let's go through the pictures and analyze some of the other elements, okay? Now, I want you to pay attention to scale, okay? Forget about the layout now, okay? I want you to, did I stop sharing? Yes. Okay, don't worry. I got you. Okay, now I want you to go pay attention to finishes, okay? And ceiling heights, scale. Like, are these finishes anything special? It's really not. Like, that's not even one slab. Okay? That's maximum one slab they used over here. Floors, not expensive. Not expensive. Look at the kitchen. That's quartz. It's not even marble. Cabinetry. Are these cabinetry like super fancy? This house broke all the records. All the records. Okay. When you think like finishes are so important, this was the bare minimum luxury when you think about it. Nothing crazy. But the way the house sat on the lot, the way the house, the layout utilized the lot, it broke all the records without the owner ever having to spend so much money on finishes. This is like fake marble, I think, even. Look how beautifully the media room connects to the kitchen. I talk about this in my videos. My wife and I saw this and we're like, can we, like, we were looking for excuses. We're like, is there good schools in Silver Lake? Should we move it? And it sold like this. It sold so quickly. We were in love with this house. Ceiling heights, nothing impressive. Very low ceiling height. I would say not low, but like, this is the only hallway in the house, by the way. Primary suite. It has an outdoor shower. Again, look at the kitchen counters. It's a bathroom. Not that expensive. Really not, again, this one. They didn't spend any money. They didn't spend any, they did not try to flex with finishes. They tried to flex with moments, with palette, with right placement of the right rooms in the right location. Now, what's really funny is that if you look at the actual location, okay, if you look at the actual location of this property, I'm going to show you guys an aerial view of the property. So again, it's not, that's why I'm saying you need to know how much you can actually improve it and how much money it will cost and where you should spend the money. Okay? Because you don't have to get a 10 on all of them. I actually don't recommend trying to get a 10 on all of them if you think about doing it. The art of being a successful developer, the art of being really, really good at this is spending your money wisely. But guess what? Everyone you're going to talk to in the whole process will try to sell you the most expensive one. When you go to the stone yard, the guy's going to be like, yeah, you can buy the stone, but like you have to really, like if you really want the good stuff, you're going to buy this one. When you talk to your pool guy, he's going to be like, yeah, this, like, you know, this water heater is good, but if you really want the good one, he's going to sell this one. And then you're going to go to your roof guy, he's going to be like, yeah, well, this roof is going to do this, but you know, if you really want the good stuff, see, everyone in their own profession is going to recommend you the most expensive one. And your interior designer doesn't care about your budget. It wants to make sure it has the best pictures in their website so they can get more clients. Same with your architect, same with your your contractor. The more mistakes you make and change your plans, the more money they make. So the reason you have not started, okay, the number one thing you are scared the most about starting your project is because you don't know what combination of finishes at what cost, according to your budget, will give you the most amount of resale value. And when you don't know what combination is good, everything is scary. That's why you haven't started your project. Does that make sense? Okay, because everyone is pushing their own agenda. The pool guy is pulling his own agenda. Your landscaping guy is pulling his own agenda. Your contractor is pulling his own agenda. Everybody's pulling their own agenda. And you don't have anyone to really come and say, which one of these matter? Which one of these don't? Where should I spend my money? So I'll get the most amount of resale value and I would love it and people who come to see it would like it too. You see, you're walking into a game that you don't know how to play and everything seems dangerous. That's why you don't want it, you're at the defense right now. You don't know if you should start the property, the renovation. Because no one really brings it in for you all together. And that's why you're here. Because I'm trying to give you the full scope as much as I can in the 5 days that is possible. So you will have a full picture of all the things that you have to defend against yourself. Because everyone's going to push their own agenda. Okay? Now, let me talk about the architectural style of this property. Okay. This is it. Okay? It's a ranch house. It's so ugly, they've hedged the whole freaking architectural style. You don't even see the house. It broke all the records. It broke all the records. Look at this house. Architecturally, if I was gonna... are you guys looking at this? Not yet. Not, oh my God, I'm talking to myself. Okay, here we go. Look at this. This is the architectural style of the house. It's a ranch house. Look, you can't even see it. It doesn't even have curb appeal. Look, and it's right on the property line, and it's a corner lot. Negative, negative. Broke all the records. Okay? If I was going to give an architectural style to this, I would give it a 3. You see? It's what combination at what cost that you play in together to have a successful project that you don't overspend and you at the end you get what you want. Okay? So the house has a, outdoor shower over here. You have a little playground over here for the kids. Gorgeous home. I would be extremely happy. I would have bought this house, lived in it for the rest of my life. I don't want the mansion. No, thank you. Okay. This is a vegetable garden, kitchen right here. You walk out. I mean, what can you say? It's beautiful. It's the perfectly flawed house that everybody loves, and no, they didn't overspend on it. Okay, let's go to the next one because we're 10 minutes already over. Okay, let's go to scale and volume. Okay, scale and volume. I'm gonna go over I've kind of. It's really hard to talk about it without examples. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys an example, but these are the ratios. This is going to be in your notebook. Okay, so when you get it, you're going to have these are the standard ratios that I would suggest. Okay, that you should take into account. Okay, and this is by the way, the address of the property that I gave you. Like these are the fundamental elements of. This is, I think, the best way I can talk about scales. Just give you the ratios that work. Okay, I think and I will give you a kind of an alarm on certain things that really go wrong. Typical mistakes. Typical mistake is a foyer volume mistake. You think for the sake of having a foyer, you need to have a foyer, and your foyer ends up being very vertical. Okay. Where like you give it a ceiling height, but you don't have the width. Very common mistake. Okay, very, very common mistake. As to a lot of times, your foyer could be just part of the formal living room, right? You could create a little opening. You could give it a little nook, but it doesn't need to be its own thing. Very few properties require that. It is another element that is very that you can pay attention to is fixing upside down houses. Okay, where you really need to give that vertical look down to make sure that ceiling height on the lower level is double, at least has an opening. Very, very important. And it's really the ratio again is you have to sometimes work backwards because most cities have a height limit. Like in LA, I think it's 34 feet, the highest you can build, okay, for a residential single family home. Then you have to really calculate your ceiling heights, okay? How many floors do you want? You're a 2-story, 3-story, how far you can go down in your basement. And basement is the one that I think really people screw up designing basements, okay, is they don't give it enough volume. Should I give? I was going to give you guys. Do you guys want to see an example of it, like a basement I fixed on a $40 million home? Do you guys want to see it? Should I do it, or should we go to VIP?
We see nodding.
Okay.
Go ahead, show us.
Okay. Oh, not this one. Scale. Okay, so this is a client. I have a testimonial from this client. I'm not even advertising the testimonial because I thought people won't believe it. But you have a testimonial from him that helped increase his property value for $5 million. Okay, this is a property in Marbella. I have a lot of international clients. There's a lot of international clients also in mostly, I would say 50% at least American, but 50% international. Just like my channel, the viewers. Okay, so let me go share this. He's building a property that he wants to use sometimes, but also he has a bunch of properties in Marbella, and he wants to rent this out to the Gulf country sheikhs. Okay, they pay a ton of money. Okay, they pay a ton of money to have access to these Marbella properties for months, right? So he's really gearing towards that. So now here is this was the original design of a basement. Do you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay. This is the -1, and there's also a -2 level, okay? So -1, look at this. I mean, it seems like he's doing good. You have a gym, you have a swimming pool. This swimming pool actually is on a slope, so you get natural light here. You have a huge bar, you have a lounge, you have all this element, right? But just pay attention to how many seating arrangements there are. And the ceiling heights here were like, I think, very average, like very normal, okay? And then the lower level was this. You will go one lower, you will reach the, this is all basement, full-size tennis court. This is -2. You had a bowling alley, you have a golf simulator, and everything else. I proposed the idea of decreasing the square footage and increasing the internal wow factor of the basement, okay? Where I suggest, hold on, where is it? Here we go. I recommended on the lower level, on the -1, keep this completely open to the -2. Okay, so when you enter it, you will, in this case, you will have 9-meter ceilings on a basement. Okay, 9 meters, what, 27, right? Is that 27 feet? So imagine coming into a basement, it would look like a city down there. It would be the most massive basement. And the big mistake is that, like, on basement, people go lower ceilings. Most cities don't care how low you go under the ground, okay? And having that ceiling with a really high ceiling, it creates this, like, a really, really special. You have to see it to really experience it. So I propose that having half of it open, so less furniture he has to buy to decor it, less material he has to use to do it. I'm saving him money, okay? This design saves him money and makes it more valuable, okay? You still have the gym and everything over here. And then the lower level, what happened here? What happened to the lower level? Do I not have the lower? Anyways, the lower level was the party area, okay, which he could use that would open to the tennis court in case of an events, weddings and stuff. So what happened? You got to know the particular market in Marbella. A lot of Saudis go there, and Saudis, Gulfis, Qataris, Kuwaitis, Abu Dhabi, all those countries go there. They still want to party, but they don't want anybody to find out. So they don't go out. They want a house that they can invite all their friends in and the randoms in, and they take everyone's phones out so no one can take pictures of them, and they can do whatever the hell they want. Okay, that's what happens. So he's basically creating this basement that they can do exactly that, and the tennis court will also function as if they ever want to throw weddings, events at this part. It could be part of the dance floor, it could be the seating arrangement for everybody, and you will have this massive whole internal wow factor on the basement of this property. Okay, that's for that. Now let's go to the homework. Okay, so this is super important now. The 5-day, you got to go give a video review on Facebook. If by now, guys, you have to give a testimony. If you want a refund, I'm going to give you an opportunity to take a full refund. If you want to get a refund, you have to give a testimonial, good or bad, okay, on Facebook page so people know what they're missing or if I'm screwing up here, okay? And then watch my 12 earliest YouTube videos, another 12 today, okay? And again, try to think about all these elements we've talked about. Watch another 30 TikTok videos, okay? And then then I have another video if you haven't watched it, this property. 3 shocking reasons home builders go bankrupt. Watch this video. And then here's the book homework, American House Styles, Houses from the Books, A Field Guide to American Houses. This is another book. This is also a very good book, okay, that you need to, if you really want to fix your own architectural style and come up with the right architectural style, you need to also understand this book. This is much more detailed, more nerd out, okay? The other ones are simpler to read. I've also included this one, property scoring exercise. Now, the same 5 properties that we talked about, okay? This time, I want you to actually go and use all of them, okay? So the whole 10 principle. Am I sharing my screen?
Not yet.
Oh my God, come on, tell me I'm not sharing. I'm going.
It wasn't obvious you needed to. I mean, you were just showing us the book, right?
Okay, so
those of you, real quick, I've also dropped this sheet in the chat, so you see it now. Download it from now.
So I want you to, this is the scenario. So space for property scoring, okay? So you go and say all the same 5 properties for all 5 of them, okay? You say what the location is, okay, what the location score is. Can I make an improvement on it? Okay, now you learned one method is to improve a property location is adding a farmer's market. Did I say that in the first day? I think I said that. I never said that. Oh, I gave it away free. Well, I was going to say it anyways. But tomorrow we're going to talk about how to improve each one of them. One of the best ways that you can improve a location, okay? You would think you can never improve a location of a house, right? But you actually can. And I know people who have. I'll talk about it tomorrow. One of them is getting a group of friends together and making sure you will bring a farmer's market to your neighborhood. Studies have shown significant price improvement in the future. Okay, it needs community work, but we've had presidents who were community organizers. Okay, I noticed there's some people who build for that. I'm not. Okay, I'll pay someone to do it, but certain people are like down with the whole door knocking and everything. But if you can get a group of people to go to other farmers markets, okay, and invite the people who are doing their selling their produce and bring them in and kind of start small with maybe 20 different people, give out flyers in that neighborhood to make sure people show up for that farmers market. Farmers market significantly improve property values, okay? Significantly, okay? So you can improve a location score in the future, okay? And it just takes organization, right? A community. But I want you to go rescore all these 10 scores and go and say, what's the maximum it could be, okay? Like if you're north facing, can you really improve views? Can you cut a tree or do something to make the view better or not? Okay, if it's not, then just say none. Okay, but then I want you to put the financial number that would impact its cost, its resale value. Okay, so what would be if you improve your current layout? You have plans, okay, and there's certain things bothering you. If you were to improve the layout from a 6 to an 8, how much more valuable your house would be? Same with finishes. If it's an 8 and you can safely bring it to 6, how much money would it save you that you could spend on the architectural style? Because in architectural style, if you change it from this architectural style or this one, or make it more detailed or make it correct, how much financial impact would it have with you? Because in real life, my friends, you have to make these decisions. Okay, I don't want to give you a rosy hoo-ha, we're all like, these are decisions that you have to make sooner or later. That's why I do a workshop, okay? I put 5 days of my life, every day, show up, because you learn by doing, okay? That's why I told you, bring your house that you're working on, start doing your homework, apply it, because you can actually come up with some ideas and details that you can actually apply and get an answer. Okay, so otherwise I could just do this whole recording, post it online, and sell it, right? And I will probably charge a lot more for it. But I want you guys to actually have hands-on, do it with me, go in and come in VIP, ask your question, right? So it's I want you to score it. What's the potential it could be, and how much money it will either save you or increase the value, right? Because in real life, at the end of it, it's all down to the Benjamins, baby. It comes down to how much money you want to spend, and is it worth it or not? Are you going to get that bang for the buck at the end? Okay. Okay. That being said, you have all the workshop properties here for the 5 of them. Price impact. Put dollar amount. Don't say 5%. Okay. If you value property $3 million today, if you improve the layout, do you think it will be 3.2? Fair? 3.2? If architectural style is right now ugly, if you make it like beautiful, like let's say it's a 3, we turn it into 7, okay? How much value would that affect? If it's like a $2 million property, would it be 2.5? Would it be 2.1? 2.1? 100,000? How much value would it add? Okay, start writing those numbers, okay? And then we'll talk about the cost and everything later, okay? First, think about how much upside you have or how much money you can save in today's exercise. That being said, we went almost half an hour over. I hope we got the value you deserved, you paid for. That's always been my intention. We've covered the 10 principles now. Tomorrow, do not miss. It's the funnest day. Tomorrow is a really, really fun day, okay? We're going to have a lot of laughter. We're going to laugh. We're going to have fun. I'm going to tell stories. I'm going to practice, okay? And the more you do your homework, the more ready you will be for tomorrow, okay? That being said, I love you all, and let's go to the VIP. If you want to join the VIP, it's not too late. Aaron, drop the link for an upgrade to VIP. You still get the recordings of day 1, day 2, day 3 of VIP, and you get the recordings of the whole course for a whole year, and you get to still ask your question, okay? You still get a minimum one question you get to ask me, and I really hope people in VIP right now are ready to ask a specific question, okay? Be very precise. Don't give me a big layout and be like, what's wrong? It's going to take me hours to analyze it, okay? And I think by now, I feel really responsible as far as like not giving a bad advice or wrong advice. So I'm very cautious. But in a particular problem, I can give you an answer like this, okay? Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow's the funnest day, I promise.
Those on Facebook watching, I will put a post in the group. Those watching on Facebook, I'll put a link. I'll put a post in the group with the upgrade link if you want to upgrade to VIP. Thank you all so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Ending the stream now. Okay.
All right. My voice is this happened.
Done.
This happened.
You don't want Arvin losing his voice. You do not want that. I'm gonna have to show up with a cardboard cutout of Arvin and do a terrible impression of him and give you very bad home advice instead of him. So you don't want that happening. Okay.
You know who's become really good? My video editor. My video editor, he's like edited so many of my videos. He's legit good now. He gives me feedback. He's like, Arvin, are you sure? Yeah. Like, I think he tries to critique me. Because, every video I make, he probably watches it like 4 or 5 times. And he's becoming really good. I might have competition in my business.
We're good. We have a backup plan for now. We'll bring the editor in.
If I die, bring him in as my backup.
Okay. We're ready to go. We have a few people asking their first question. I know some of you are in queue to ask your second. Don't worry, be patient. Hopefully we'll get to you soon, but we are going to prioritize those who haven't. I hope no one here is being shy. Please don't be shy. If you have a question,
half of the people who showed up for the inner circle, they didn't even ask a question. We didn't even know who they were because their cameras were off. We called them the silent majority. And we're like, who are you, man? Why didn't you say anything? They're like, I just don't care. It's like, okay. But all right, let's go.
Perfect. We're going to start with Mike, who technically was one of the first to ask a question, but we weren't able to fully, answer it. And we have basically all the information available now. So Mike, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly pull it up for Arvin. You've sent images and you've also sent, basically a PDF. What would you like me to share first? Just help us. And I also unmute and go ahead and give us a little context. But remember, be as concise as possible so Arvin can really hit the bullseye with answering your question.
Are you talking to me or someone else?
No, we're talking to Mike. Where are you? Mike, you.
Okay.
We'll get to you too, Michael, soon. Don't worry.
Also, I was expecting the question because we already asked one question before, so but yeah.
All right. I mean, if that counts for you, then that's fine. I had you listed down as partial answer.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. In that case, I mean, all right. Then in that case, we'll circle back to you. But thank you so much, Hazel. How are you doing, Hazel? Been waiting to hear from you. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
So, guys, you guys don't know, but Hazel and I see each other every day at the gym.
Yes.
She.
Lots of fun.
I'm working out, and she's like, "I love your videos," and I was like, "Oh, okay." I go to the Gold's Gym every morning, and she's a legit trainer, by the way. She could teach you how to work out in a second. Very in shape, and her daughter also comes, and we see each other all the time. Hazel, how can I help you?
I can't hear you. You're frozen.
Am I?
No, not for us. Don't worry. But I think Hazel has some network issues. Is he back?
Yes,
Hazel?
I do too. Yes, he's back now.
Okay. All right. How can I help you, Hazel?
Okay. Yesterday we were talking about the different problems surrounding a property, and I wanted to know about the cell towers. Like there's a property I was interested in, but it had a cell tower right in the backyard.
Oh my God, that is a major issue. Okay, major issue. Look, I've gone down this rabbit hole, okay, and there's certainly certain people saying there's nothing in it, and that does not matter. Okay, there's definitely
Yes.
people who are trying to say with science that it doesn't matter, and that's not the point. The point is that what people believe. Okay, people could have a false belief, and that will impact your value. Okay, good luck making. See, whenever you're trying to sell something and you're trying to explain it, you've already lost the sale. Okay, that's a sale lesson for everyone. Okay, if you're explaining, you're done. So the last thing you want to do is show your house and be like, tell your realtor, hey, if they bring up the cell tower, tell them, according to this website and this website, you're not going to be able to change anybody's mind. Okay, and I don't care. I don't care for the science behind it. As long as majority of people are very much so against it, you should not go with it. You're in this course. I'm telling you, from just 3 days so far, Hazel, you have a complete competitive advantage over everyone else. Okay. Yep. You've had a competitive advantage for watching my videos. Okay. And after this 5-day workshop, you even have a significantly more competitive advantage to find better properties that people do not paying attention to. There is no reason for you to buy a property like that. Okay. It is.
This is the same property with the cemetery down the street.
Okay. Do you see that?
I kept it off. It's a cemetery on the corner.
Yeah.
And then I went to the backyard and it was a cell tower.
So it's so funny because
it's a very expensive area.
Yeah, it's like I was in Aspen this winter, and one of my best friend lives there, and we visited him. He bought a property. I don't know if you guys been to Aspen. It's called Cemetery Lane. Okay, and he bought a property there. And again, it's so funny because some of my friends ask for my advice, some of them don't, and they obviously get free advice. But he debit, okay, and he was like, hey, by the way, how's the same? I'm like, bro, you opened the door, you see a cemetery right in front of you. Like, you didn't think of this? It's like, man, we got a great deal. I'm like, I bet you did, right? I bet you, I bet you did got a good deal. But it is actually an area that his property he bought is okay. Is not that good, but he bought it because of a zoning thing. He's tearing it down. He's building something that it's for the price points going to affect. But that Cemetery Lane in Aspen is actually a good area to invest in, as long as you're a little bit away from the cemetery itself. The funny thing I'll tell you guys about Aspen is, like, a lot of people, like Hazel, like people coming up to me and watching my videos, and they say hi, and it's great. And I live in LA, so people know me from even before I was I know a lot of people, right? Like I was a real estate agent for over 13 years. So I'm very social. I talk to a lot of people, but I had never, ever, and my wife and my kids were so many people. Like when I went to Aspen, I felt like I was the mayor. Everyone in Aspen was watching my video. I swear to God. Every dinner place, people would come. I'm not saying, to me it was funny, and my wife was like, what the fuck? It's like what is this? Like, because my wife does not watch any of my videos. Like, she doesn't know what I do. Like, she barely knows what I do. She thinks I'm doing stuff. So she's like, Arvin, what's going on with the channel? Like, this is kind of crazy. But yeah, in Aspen, I have a lot of fans in Aspen. But okay, did that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes. Also, when you're with your client and you're going to a large piece of property, do you take notes as you go? Because I know you're not speaking to them about what you think about it while you're walking. How do you remember everything that you want to discuss with them?
It just happens.
When
I'm showing a property.
Yeah.
To a client. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So I analyze the property before I go in there. Okay, so I've looked at the pictures upside down, and again, I'm very good at looking at pictures because that's what I do all the time. Okay, I look at the property on sale history. I look at the Google Earth. I look at all the elements. I look at the comps that sold. So I know all that information going in there. So while I'm there, I'm 90%, 80% paying attention to my client. Okay, their reaction, and I don't say a thing. I do not try to sell. Okay, I do not try to sell a property. That's my learning. That's the gift for me. Okay, that's the gift that I have a live person, willing, capable buyer who's willing to pay, and I want to know what he thinks or she thinks. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the gift of the job to me. And now 20%, 10%, I'm paying attention. Was it better than the picture? Is it worse than the picture? Okay, or did the pictures hide something that I didn't know? And there's normally a couple of things, and you know, for me, I catch almost all of them, right? And I try to spend enough time in the property to do, but I don't think being a good buyer's agent is you trying to convince your buyers to buy a property. Okay, you should be a really good resource as far as helping them see their.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? You should be able to show them what they're not paying attention
Yes, now
to.
I can.
Yeah, you should show them what they're not paying attention to, what the fair market value property is. Okay, you should give them the reasons why they shouldn't buy the property. Okay, and also what the upside of the property is. Okay, what they are not seeing. Now the only parts I would say I would say also beside the negatives, I would say like, did you notice that you can do this and this with the property? Okay, so that's good.
Oh,
If
that's
they're not, they're not noticing that if you open this wall, it will increase the value of the property, and the listing agent is not saying that, because listing agents, that's technically their job of trying to show upside, right? If he's not doing that thing, I wouldn't say it in front of him. I would say it in the car driving back with my client. I would be like, did you notice if you open up the kitchen to this area, it will make this and this? That's a little bit of an upside, right? So in that sense, but it's really like, I look at buying homes for clients as if I'm buying it for myself. Exactly the same, okay? If I'm buying it for my dad, if I'm buying it for my brother, buying it for my wife, buying it for exactly the same way. Same procedure, okay? They happen to be the ones paying. Okay, so,
Yeah.
But I so take that approach, and it's amazing. I think you would you get a lot of referrals. I'll tell you that. Because I don't even cold call. I don't do any outreach at all whatsoever. I just had a very famous soccer
okay.
player reach out
That's great.
today via email, who wants to buy a property in LA. Very famous. You guys would know him. But it's all outreach now coming in. Okay, next question.
All right, amazing. Moving on to Victor, who we have also not
Okay.
heard from yet. Hey, Victor, how's it going? Oh, you need to asking you to unmute yourself. There we go. How's it
What's
going,
up, Victor? How you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How are you?
Oh, did you do radio, Victor? You got a voice, my man. You
Crisp and clear,
you
nice.
got a really good voice. I'm jealous. I would have
You're
had
very
more
kind.
subs if I had your voice. Okay. How can I help you, brother?
I'm trying to remember my question, so I'm going to ask for a prompt that was from
Yeah,
yesterday.
Aaron, give a heads up to the next speaker, the next person, so they're ready.
Next is Patrick. After Patrick is Nebu. So that's the order. Yep.
And Aaron, could you give me a prompt for my question? Because I don't recall
I'll
what
actually
it
look.
was.
Patrick, would you like the real quick go? I'll definitely have time for Victor right after. So Patrick, unmute, and Victor, I'll look for your question. Or now. Hey, Patrick, what's up?
Hey, all right. Hey, Arvin.
Hey, what's up, Patrick? How you doing, my
All
man?
right. Good. My question's not that complicated. I have my eye on a house that I've been looking at for a little bit, and it's been on the market for the past 5 years, never sold. So I recently went to an open house and checked it out. I could tell like inside's a little dated and all that. So I'm looking at ways of improving the property. And one of the things I'm most concerned about is if I were to purchase this home years from now when I go to sell it, am I going to have a problem, trying to unload it like these sellers are? So some of the ideas that are popping through my head are like maybe the exterior color I'd like to change. It's a totally brick house. I sent the pictures. I don't know if Aaron has them. They can post them or show you.
But do you have an address as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's narrow down your question, because I feel like I'm gonna start at it because I wouldn't know where to start analyzing it. Okay, can you narrow your question to?
So right now, the biggest thing is like the appearance, the exterior.
Okay, so external facade.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Send me the address. Okay.
Take a look in the Zoom chat, Arvin. You should see them popping up. And
Where is this located?
It's in New Jersey.
Okay.
So I sent you I just sent the Zillow link.
Okay, one.
Perfect.
Hold on. Download. You sent the Zillow link too? Okay, good. Let me do that because that's gonna be easy.
Yeah, you might see the interior pictures.
Oh, shit.
Let me hold on. Where's my?
I mean,
Let me share my screen.
Or person.
well, you saw what ChatGPT said, right? So,
We were right on.
Okay. So, guys, check this out. By the way, this is my second software I'm working on. It's called arvinscore.com. Okay, this is the MVP. Okay, but I've been training the model on my free time. Okay, you press this and it gives you an Arvin score. Okay, it's not ready for launch, but these are some benefits of what you get. It's now thinking. It's going to take some time. Okay, so let's analyze this photo. The photos over here. First, before we go to the photos, hold on. Never go through the photos first. I was about to fall for it. Okay. I kind of want to know the location. We zoom out a little bit. Okay, because he thinks maybe it's the front facade. I'm not sure if it is. Okay. Okay, you see a lot of estates next to it, so it seems like you have good comps close by. What is this? It seems like a clubhouse. Any golf courses? I don't see any golf courses.
Yeah, there's a Trump International golf course not too far.
Okay.
This town is called Cold Snack. It's a town known for like a lot of horse farms, other types of farms. It's very like a lot of high end homes, multi-million-dollar homes. A couple celebrities have homes there.
Okay, yeah, it seems like a lot of. See, what I like about this, what I was looking for, okay? I'm looking for commercial properties. I'm looking for buildings close to here. I don't see any.
No, okay. They're not big on that.
Yep, good. That's
anything
good.
You need to go shopping, you kind of basically need to leave town to go shopping, and also it's mostly all residential and farm.
That's what you want, okay? That's what you want. Now, again, like this would be like if you organize, again, talking about improving your location. If at this school, okay, you guys organize a farmer's market, okay, so people don't have to go to the city to shop every Sunday when they're here on their weekend home, okay, it would significantly improve the value of all you guys. No one talks about this, okay? Humongous event. It becomes a thing. Farmers markets are a thing, okay? Very, very important, okay? So overall, I'm not seeing any commercial property. I'm looking for airports. I'm looking for major infrastructure, water tanks, sewer systems, fire stations, nothing, right? Because we want to know why it hasn't sold. So then I'm looking at the lot size, 5 acres, solid, okay? 13,497, okay? Now we're gonna go over here. Look at the pictures. Oh, see, Arvin score is at 82. It talks like me too, guys. By the way, it's really interesting. It talks just like me. Okay, now, now I'm looking at the architecture. My first instinct is that ceiling heights are going to be an issue. Okay, at least some floors. But let's see. Let's see. Architecturally, I like it. I think it's traditional. It looks good. Okay, so I find this architectural style beautiful. Okay, but maybe the locals don't. So again, you have to know your own biases. Okay, so why again the whole like one of the main elements that I would be doing if I was you, I would be calling every listing agent that has represented this property in the last 5 years, not the current one. Okay. because and ask them, hey, why hasn't this property sold? You represented it. Did you get any offers on the property? Okay, when you were representing it, did you get any offers? Why do you think this property is not selling? This seems like an internal wow factor. It's pretty good. I mean, it completely dated, yes.
Yeah, it's dated.
Yeah, but like this you could work with. You can make this nice. Yeah, the kitchen completely has to go.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Okay, see the ceiling heights are showing itself here.
Yeah, this is in the basement.
Yeah, and ceiling heights are not great over here too. Like I could tell from the size of the windows from the outside. Okay. They spent a shitload of money on this property when they built it. Okay, a ton of money on this property. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's the pool house.
Again, like these dormers are wrong. Okay, like I'm getting geeking out. Okay, the window placement on the dormers are ridiculously wrong. Okay, but overall, there's a lot of detail that is right. Okay, did you guys spot that flaw? By the way, did your eye catch it? That the dormers, did anybody else catch that the windows on these dormers completely wrong? But architecturally speaking, it's a beautiful property. Okay, is there? I'm wondering if there's a layout issue on the property.
That I don't know. I know that when we went to tour the home, the realtor had said that the pool house, it's a massive pool house. It's about 2,500 square feet, just the pool house itself. It's got a basement, 2 bedrooms upstairs, 2 bath. And I guess the builder ran into a problem with the town, stating that I guess they violated some kind of zoning or some kind of issue. From that point on, with the town, there's a restriction as far as building that size pool house. No one in that town can ever do it again. So I don't know if there's some kind of.
So the question is, does it have certificate of occupancy?
Oh yes.
It does?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
The owners are still currently living in there. It's
okay. So to me, okay. So this, by the way, in LA terms, this is really cheap, but that doesn't mean it's the right price. Okay. Like when I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh my god, like babe, come over. Okay, we found the project. Okay, but that doesn't mean shit. Okay, what matters is this the most expensive house? So this is how I would have advised you if I was doing if we were working together. Okay,
right.
If I was representing you, I would have said architecturally, no, I don't see this as a major architectural flaw whatsoever. I actually find it beautiful. Okay, I think it's beautiful. I think it's. There's flaws that you can fix, but not overall, I would say beautiful. The layout, we don't know anything about the layout from the pictures you showed me. Okay, so I would like to see this property in person, go through it, see everything, because how this layout works and your indoor outdoor flow on a traditional property, very, very important. So bedroom distribution, it should have a good bedroom distribution, but then you want to do a cost analysis of what are the comps for this property in this condition, okay? Right. And then the wealth of knowledge will come from the past real estate agents that represented it, not the current real estate agent, okay? Right. Most likely, the last real estate agent got fired, okay, because they couldn't sell it, and they don't like the owner now because they gave it to someone else, and will spill the beans on it. I will tell you exactly what's wrong, okay? So at least one of them. Okay, so you want to call the other all these listings. From the pictures, it's really hard for me to say. But as far as that, like how comfortable the property sits on the lot, beautiful, really cool. I think the approach is sideways. Again, we're getting technical. Okay, I would have I think there's a picture that showed it. Okay, so like the approach is sideways. You come in here. I would have try to introduce a second driveway so your approach would come in center. Right. You have this beautiful facade. I think these 5 dormers are a little bit ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. Too many. Like they were like, how many columns do we have? 5. Let's give it. let's give it the 6 columns, let's give it 5 dormers, okay? To me, it's taking it the attention to, it's too much, okay?
Yeah.
But easy fixes.
But in New Jersey, I've noticed like a lot of people are not too hot with the that color of the brick, because a lot of people think it looks like municipal government buildings or like a university building. So I've noticed in that town, if some of the houses have repainted the brick to white or stuccoed the front, the facade, and then changed the whole exterior to white.
Like painting the brick white is a classic, or gray, okay, or different color, or off white is an option. But I don't think that's the main problem.
Okay.
I don't think again, I highly doubt it that it would be the problem. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe this particular neighborhood hates brick homes, red brick homes, okay? And I could be wrong, but I think it's something else.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's something, like, for example, it could be as stupid as, in a good case scenario, it could be as that the seller is just very stubborn.
Yeah, he just did a price reduction a month ago.
Yeah, but sometimes sellers are stubborn, okay? Like the seller is like, maybe he had a really good offer, like
Right.
2 years ago, and he didn't take it. Now it's below that. That would be a good, valuable information for you, okay? So I don't see an architectural, I personally, my gut feeling, and I don't know this particular neighborhood, but that's what I would be doing. I would be looking at all the sales in the past 5-10 years in this price bracket with this square footage, okay? I'll be calling the real estate agents, getting information to find out exactly what is wrong with this property, right? Because the pictures are actually good quality pictures. To me, it's still an enigma.
Yeah, I think it might be a price issue, because I did do a little comparison. I went back the last 2 years, houses similar to that size and in that area. The highest price house that sold was 4 million, and then there's another one that just recently sold about 2 months ago for 4.6.
Okay, but again, this could be the crown jewel of the neighborhood, but just looking from the outside, okay, it looked like it had one of the biggest lots.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? So again, maybe the seller thinks it has a higher premium, and that buyer pool for this particular neighborhood, okay, just doesn't go up to 5 and 6s.
Okay.
Okay, but that's an opportunity for you to buy it at a really good price, right? Because the market is not as hot as it was before, as 2 years ago, right?
Right.
So now he's chasing the market. So, we would be talking about price strategy, but like this would be a prime property, like for Inner Circle, to make sure you buy it really cheap, you do the renovations completely good, and then that will be relevant in the future. Fix architectural flaws of it. Prime candidate. Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Amazing.
All right. Next question.
Thank you, Patrick. Victor, I'll read out your question, but then feel free to add some more context. So, Arvin, Victor's question was: in your experience, what return does an investor in a spec luxury home expect? And if we're talking about like $10+ million bills, Victor, I'll let you add if you want to add anything else to that.
I think that's good enough. Thank you.
Okay, so Victor, cash on cash or return? Cash on cash,
IRR, basically, internal rate of return.
30%, 40% on average. If you're looking at for how many years it took, they normally they aim for they normally, like, good ones double their money. Okay, but it takes 2 to 3 years, and that comes to around 30%.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. I would add to that, Victor. Real estate guys are not geniuses. Okay, you don't need to be super smart in real estate. You don't need to be. In fact, a lot of billionaires and really, really successful people in real estate I've met, intellectually speaking, I wasn't so impressed. Okay, it is actually an area where you can, if you know even see, I would say 60%, okay, 50% of more, like 60% of being profitable is on your purchase. So Patrick, like, how cheap you buy that property, okay, it almost guarantees your safety. You make your money on your buy, okay? And it really protects you against your mistakes. But then imagine you both buy it good and then you do it good, right? Then you're talking about getting above average, doubling your money, right? More than doubling, 2.5, 3xing your money, right? Happens significantly all the time. So to me, it's extremely profitable. On the projects I'm working on, I'm hitting above 30% for sure. So it's but on average, I would say that's what they're shooting for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor. Next one I am very excited for, but I might be a little biased. Arvin, check the chat. I've sent you a Google link. This is from Nebiu, and he has 2 questions. There's also a PDF I've sent, but maybe you want to check. Up to you which one you check first. Hey, Nebiu, how's it going? Anything you want to add to what you've sent?
Yeah, so the question I have is the kitchen is too small, and what can I do about it? And
Okay, this is awesome. Okay, I love these questions. Can we? I don't see the file, Aaron, in the chat.
Oh, you don't? Let
No, I
me
don't.
share. Maybe the private didn't work. Let me send it again. How about the Google link? Not that either? One sec. Let me
Do you guys see it?
put that in the
I don't see it. Oh, here?
How
about now?
JBR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Where are you living? Tell me a little bit while I'm looking at this. In Dubai. What part of Dubai?
JBR is a beachfront apartment.
Okay. First, let me look at pictures. Do you notice the cabinets covering the window?
We don't. You need to share.
Oh, I'm not. Sorry. I keep forgetting that. It's kind of an important part of it. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Yep, we see it.
So mainly it's the kitchen and the master bathroom, and this is the master closet.
This is the view from master closet?
No. That's the view from the
Okay.
from the balcony.
I was like, that's. Okay.
I don't know if this is how Arvin feels when he gets LA questions, but I'm like super excited about this one right now.
So here's your
Thank
entrance. You have a little foyer. And this is how your current unit looks like. You've purchased
No, this is
this?
the junior master.
Okay, this was the junior master. How much did you buy this for?
6 million. It's not closed yet, but it's closing in a month.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the layout. Okay, so with apartment complexes, it is first of all, this is what I want you to do. Okay, this is why you pay me the big bucks. Okay, I want you to go to the complex before you remove contingencies on the property. Okay, I want you to go knock on to go with your real estate agent, however you have to do. I want you to go knock on the neighbors above you, below you, and below you. Okay.
Well, I actually live in the apartment. I rent it, and I was about to get evicted, so I decided to buy it.
I like your attitude. Good move. Then easy. Just go upstairs, knock on your neighbors. Okay. What I want you to do is go every floor, the same floor plan. Okay. Knock on it. Don't be shy. Okay. I'm telling you, this will be the biggest difference you will make. The way like I can probably help you the most. Okay. Has anyone incorporated this maid's room to the kitchen? Is this wall okay? Is this
No,
wall?
it can't be knocked down. I don't think that can be knocked down.
Okay. You sure about that?
Well, I can find out, but I don't think it could be knocked down. And the other issue, I
Customization.
did think, so I thought about it, but so I currently don't have a maid, but the future buyer possibly, like most people have a maid here, so I
A
don't think that's
live-in maid? A live-in maid in a condo?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
So like most of my neighbors do have, like especially.
And is
the
this
same-
is this the is this the elevator? What is this here?
Yes, it's a private elevator. Which one? Which one are you talking about?
No, here.
On the right, the most right. That's
Is this AC? What is this?
That's. I think that's the electric. That's the electric panel, like this. Yeah. So that's behind the kitchen, and right there, that's where like the electric panel and the wiring is for like the.
Well, look,
Internet is-
you don't have much. I mean, you can't really move the kitchen. Okay, I mean, it's a condominium. You have neighbors, right? This
Right.
wall is one opportunity. One idea is to move the laundry out. Okay. First of all, you got to know which walls are weight bearing, right? This is super important. You don't want to make the building crash, okay? But can you move this laundry? Okay. The laundry in the kitchen is one of the like things that you can make improvements on.
Okay.
And is it possible to maybe put it by the? We got to find another place for it. I was gonna say maid's room, but that's pretty tightly packed. It could maybe be over here, if entrance from here. If this is your front door, I don't know if that would fit over there. This is your
It's too
powder
tight.
room.
I don't think there'll be enough
Yeah,
room.
I mean it's a very good layout. I can tell you, it's a very efficient layout. Okay, and when a layout has been optimized, okay, to its max, it doesn't really leave much room for wiggle, right? Because you start touching it. Because look at this, it's very good. It's a very good layout apartment. You have your primary suite on one side. You have 3 bedrooms on the other side. Okay, this is really good layout for. Really good layout for. Oh, sorry. This is your primary suite. You have 2 other bedrooms on this side. This is your junior master, which is great. You have the corner unit
No,
over
that
here.
one is the grand. Yeah, the junior master is the one on the left, and the master is on the right.
Yeah, I think they're both great. I think they're both. I mean, this has a better view, right? You have the corner view, right? Or this one has the better view. I don't know. They both, I think, have great views. But you have a great bedroom distribution. First of all, 4 bedrooms in a condo is really, really good. Okay, for family living, you have a great bedroom distribution. You have the wow factor pretty much almost immediately. You've combined your family room and your formal living room. It's a very efficient layout. I don't know if you cannot take away to me, the argument you can make, okay, is how many people would need a 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, because this maid's room is technically a very small junior suite. Okay.
Yeah.
How many people would really need a 5-bedroom condo? Wouldn't
So I was trying to think of the same way the avatar. I was like, who would be the avatar?
Good job. Good, and that's the way I'm thinking. So I'm thinking maybe this could be the maid's room. Okay, most people will have 2 kids. Okay, but a bigger kitchen would appeal to way more people. Okay, that's why to me the fundamental question is this wall. But if you don't, there's no room. I mean, I can't help you, right? If these are you can't move the walls in a building, you know.
Can you move the counter towards the living room? I mean,
No, because you're really disturbing the flow. Okay. I guess you could maybe do a breakfast nook over here if you change the entrance to the room from this room over here. But I don't know if that really helps make your kitchen bigger. If you change the door from here to, if you change the door of this room over here and you close this off, you might be able to get some sort of a breakfast nook over here, which would be, again, you move this door over here, You can maybe get some sort of a seating arrangement over here. You can maybe get rid of this laundry room and then have the bar on this side, open up this way. But again, I don't know if that would be worth the squeeze.
Okay.
The main element would be if there is this, if this bone is like completely structural, then you can just maybe have a breakfast nook here at the very best, and then you still have to move this door slightly over here, a little bit, not necessarily here, maybe over here.
Okay.
But it's a good layout. It's a good unit. I like the unit. It's a very efficient layout for a condo, for how many bedrooms you have.
So the other issue is the master closet is so small for the size of the apartment.
Yeah, it is. So how many kids do you have?
No, I don't have any kids.
Then it's fine for you. What are you worried about?
I know.
For resale,
It's for resale.
for resale, this would be for resale. This is again, like, would I recommend even buying a four bedroom property, townhouse, right, or apartment? Okay, that's a different question because. I don't think. I think you're really going after like a special. Wow, what was that? That was a horrible drawing. Okay, you are with this budget. Most people would go buy a single family home, and you can find good single family home. Obviously, you won't get the view. So you're fascinating about the view. Okay, when you to me, if I would try to get a 2 bedroom if you're single. A 2 bedroom condo, right? That is amazing, and it would sell much faster, much quicker than trying to buy a single family, a very expensive condo that caters towards a family. I don't think that's for who you are. You should try to improve because to me it tells me you love the view, okay, and you really don't need the space. So why would you go buy this budget, as amazing as the vicinities are and everything? I think most people would much rather have a single family home. So in this budget point, it's a really specialty product. So you don't really need it. I would just try to get it for resale value. I would try to get the best 2 bedroom. Like instead of spending.
There's too many 2 bedrooms in the building. There's not that many 4 beds.
But you don't need 4 beds. You're not married, right? You don't have kids, right?
Yeah. Well, I have one of them as a gym. That one is an office.
But the building has a gym.
Oh.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. Yeah.
Not good enough. Okay. So I'm just saying. This is I would say the correct word would be, this is a delicacy, okay? A 4 bedroom with a maid's quarters condo is a delicacy, okay? It's not something that trades fast in and out, okay? Considering your circumstances, I would go for something smaller with a better view, right? Like a 2 bedroom or a 3 bedroom, a 2 bedroom with a maid's, right? And then you can have one of the rooms as a thing, but make sure you have the best center view, the crown jewel 2 bedroom, okay? I think that would be a better investment than buying this. Have you looked at townhouses in Bulgaria?
No, I don't like. Bulgaria. No, I don't like that area. I prefer on this side of Dubai.
Okay. I know a lot about the Bulgari thing.
I've seen the video. Yeah.
Well, it's about supply and demand, right? That has that proximity to the city center, where again, you got to understand with the country Dubai that constantly land is added and high rises are growing. okay, as an investment point of view, I'm just talking about, okay, I know I'm not trying to change your mind on buying this, okay, but I'm just saying as a pretext, you want to focus on how would I have a supply limitation? You're looking for supply limitation. So
Yes.
Bulgari is the only area in Dubai which I can tell the right people are buying it. The locals are buying it. A lot of locals are buying there, and that's a good sign. Emiratis are buying there, and it has a land. It's a pretty small island, and it has the best proximity, or one of the best proximities to the center, where traffic is a major issue in Dubai right now. So, and with your budget, 6 million, you can get a decent property there. I have 2 clients in Bulgari right now.
Okay.
Okay. So, overall though, beautiful, very good for, again, it's trying to do a lot, right? Like when you're saying it has a small walk-in closet, because it's trying to be a 4-bedroom, right? Like if you really wanted to improve this, is really this wall should be out, okay? This maybe a lot of this area should have been the primary. Like this would have been an amazing primary,
Yeah.
right? Then it's trying to do too much, and it's a delicacy. It's 4-bedroom plus a maid's in a condo. It's like how many? There's like I can tell you for a city of size Los Angeles, there are very few of them. Now we're mostly a horizontal city than a vertical city, but I would imagine even in Dubai's term, this is a lot more rare than 2 and 3 bedrooms. So that's something to consider. Next question. Did that help?
Yes.
Yeah. Overall, though, I think it would help you go talk to your neighbors, okay, about if they have done anything in regards to this space, if it's at all possible.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Me? Thank you, Nabil. Again, just a reminder, those who haven't asked a question yet, drop it in chat. You can ask tomorrow. That's perfectly fine. But for some of you in queue for your second, we'll go in order of, who asked first. Nir, what's up? How you doing? What is your question for Arvin?
What's up, everyone? Arvin, what's up?
What's up, my man? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Let me drop some. I work on 2 properties right now. I have 2 projects. Obviously, for the sake of time and respect for everyone, I'm just going to ask one, and I'm going to try to be as specific as I can. So I'm going to share initially plan. I just closed escrow on this property 10 days ago.
Okay.
Working on plans, working on design. So I'm going to share plan. And since today we're talking about design, I'm also going to share some design concept, talking about colors and palette and all these amazing things that you're working on. My specific question for this property aligned with layout. So what I do, I buy beautiful homes, I renovate them, and I rent them. I have over 153 luxury homes in our beautiful city of LA. This is a new inventory we just brought in, and I'm trying to get in an office. I'm trying to get in a gym, and I'm trying to make sure I get the best layout I can. There's a lot of issues with the house, which we know about. Front yard is a little small, is 10 feet. Driveway is a little limited. Ceiling is low, so we want to increase the ceiling. And then there is this garage that they converted into like a game room, and we want to see if we can put an office and a gym. Massive retaining wall in the back that we want to build like a wellness. Love the neighborhood, love the orientation, some view, great privacy, cool house. So I think I got it for a hell of a deal. Like 1.7 for that area I think it's a steal. Let me know what you think. Love to get your take on it. We're actually working on plans or working with designer right now, so I really appreciate your intake.
Okay, so I'm going to share this.
And I'll send you the link as well.
Neil, this would be like I'll tell you. So the question you're asking is pretty broad, right? So I like to it's not a specific question, because I think that's how it can help the quickest. But let me tell you first the weakness of the property. Am I sharing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the weakness of the property. Okay, architecturally, I think it's very boring, but I think you gotta kind of decide what you're doing with it. Okay. As long as it's a rental property, I think you might not even have to do anything if your plan is to renting it. But the big problem that I noticed right off the bat is how small this backyard is. Okay, so I think that's what you need to try to fix.
Yeah,
Okay.
the lot goes all the way to the top.
Yeah, but that's useless, right?
Right,
So
right.
you got to look at the avatar. Okay, so the avatar who wants a 5 bedroom, okay, has a lot of kids, right? It's 2, 3 kids. The minimum, I would say, 2 kids, right? And they're looking for a family house. And even for rentability, okay, the problem with it is that you have a very, very small backyard. Where is the backyard photo?
Yeah.
Tiny. It's a horrible backyard.
20 by 70 feet.
Okay. So I think the most bang for your buck you would get is hedging the front yard. Okay, hedge the front yard and try to utilize your front yard. Okay, if I had a very limited budget to help fix this problem, I don't think you really need to do anything. Even the architectural style, people don't. If the sole purpose is renting, okay, is you want to increase the demographic, the avatars of person, the person who you got to try to fix your weakness, and it's outdoor space, and the front yard being you have a patch of grass, but you do not have it will never get used. I would try to hedge that in, okay, and give it some sort of a utility. Okay, make the house a little bit more private, and then you got to think about how you're going to advertise that. As should you deck it? What could you put there to make it more attractive to a family with maybe 3 kids who could come and say, you know what, we have the front yard and the backyard. Okay. Otherwise, if you're purely only thinking about, is there a layout question that you want me to solve? I can solve that as well. What is the layout issue that you think is a negative?
Yeah, so thank you for that. So there is, first of all, I agree with you, and we're working on the back and the front, so spot on. We want to do like barbecue and wellness vibe to the back, like jacuzzi, and build like panels and woods and all that great elements to hide the wall.
Like you can go buy a used sauna, used dry sauna, or used infrared sauna for like $2,000-3,000. Put it back there. Get a cold plunge in there. Okay.
Right. Jacuzzi, cold plunge, sauna. Maybe put it.
Okay.
And we want to put like $500,000 to $1 million into this, just to give you an idea. I'm not trying to say
too much. I don't think you can fix it. I don't think you can make that much improvement to it, to be honest.
Okay.
There's because the inside for a person who rents, okay, is I wouldn't spend more than $250.
Okay.
So I don't think the person who rents is gonna really care so much about a lot of this stuff.
You see, the ceiling height to width ratio is off. But talking about Lel specific, there's a lot of wasted space here. Like you see the window, maybe a kitchen, a nook behind the living area. That area is completely wasted. And then I want to get in an office and I want to get in a gym. And then I don't know if I want to add another bathroom. So you can see, so the idea is really how to maximize the layout to get a gym, an office, maybe another bathroom. And if, move the laundry from where it's at to maybe the kitchen area. Those are the things I'm challenging with.
So show me this area that you're saying is not being utilized.
If you.
Is
yeah,
this
just
this
be-
corner you're talking
That
about?
corner is not being utilized. Let's say we redo the kitchen. How will you redo the kitchen? Behind the living area, there's.
And you want to rent this?
I don't know. Either rent or either even move to it because my wife liked the location. So either like make it super nice for myself because right now I live in Sherman Oaks and make it super cool for myself, or either just make it like a ultra like a luxury
Okay,
vacation.
so look, if you're planning to live in it yourself, you can go spend 500,000. Okay, not a problem. A trick you can do, okay, for the ceiling heights, okay, by giving it semi-open partition, not blocking, okay, but by partitioning in the middle, it optically breaks the length of the room, so the ceiling heights won't look it won't look as flat. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
You recess the ceiling more. You see how you can recess it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
do like a
It looks
big
like there's
recess.
plenty of room to raise
Yeah.
the ceiling. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that too. I like the setbacks. The kitchen is pretty massive, and the space between the counters is really good. The finishes are obviously very much so like flipping for a flip.
Recess those doors into that nook. Get an open space. Keep the dining over there.
Wait a minute. Why is the dining room? Oh, okay. I see what's going on.
This area, take that closet, build an office, build a gym, move the laundry, change that door. Maybe.
Okay.
And then the garage door, that's the garage
see.
door.
Hold on. Okay, it's coming together.
Yeah, first floor. This is a wasted area behind the second floor bedroom.
Okay, now let's go look at the layout really one more time.
Sure.
Okay. So this is the entry. You have one bedroom. Is this supposed to be the office?
This can be mom-in-law or office, but if I move to this house, I'll use it for mom-in-law or just like kids grow up or something.
Mm-hmm.
Can be the office because he has a window for the front, so you can like maybe do some elements there and make it an office, or use that family room and build an office there because you have like living.
Yeah,
room.
I mean, this formal living space is never going to get used.
Yeah, make the living room a family. Room next to the kitchen.
Because or a media room, right? Like, or you can double down on the media aspect of it, right? Like you can make it really, really cool. But this seems to be the area which most easily connects with the kitchen, and it could be one of those cases where you get rid of, you make your formal and family rooms together, okay, and create another room over here, or a game room, right, or a media room. But you definitely would have to set it up here, a TV over here, because I don't think you, if you don't give functionality to this room, the room that most naturally connects with the kitchen would never get used.
Yeah, so I tell you the idea and you tell me, please tell me if I'm doing something wrong. So living room, move to family room, put the sofa, put the TV on the wall. Behind that, build some form of a library or like, use that space.
Behind where?
Behind, you see where the foyer is? The wall.
Over here.
Yeah, do like a library, a nook area. Or I don't know if you can put an office there or something, but that's a little small. But either an office or either the library. Kitchen, redo the kitchen, white oak, travel theme, gorgeous. Maybe a pantry, maybe a breakfast nook. Where is that window in the kitchen? Facing east. Then those sliding doors in the dining room, make them taller, recess them, raise the ceiling.
So you know the main problem is your entrance.
What about it?
The main problem with the house is its entrance.
Okay.
Is if you have a very kind of a long layout. It's a wraparound layout.
Okay.
Okay. By putting the office over here, or this bedroom over here, you've caused a lot of issues. It has caused a lot of issues. I mean,
This is an existing house, by the way.
I know. This is the existing plan, but like this is by entering over here, you really take it. If I was gonna like I don't think you should do this because it doesn't pencil because you've bought a fixed up home, okay? But if you're fundamentally looking at it, the entrance to the house should have been center over here, okay?
Okay.
Where you would have got the depth of the backyard when you at least you would have seen the backyard much easier. Like the fact that the dining room is here, the dining room could have been here.
Okay.
Okay, so another option for you is if you do want to turn this to an office, okay, you could, and then this would be the dining area. Okay, and then this bedroom could be over here, and then this would be the entrance over here, where your family room is over here. You're connecting to the kitchen. You have an office over here. Your dining room is over here, and then it's way better. It's way better connected together. You see what I'm saying? Like to just even the flow is off to me. So. And it's all because they've put this bedroom right dead center. It forces everything. It absolutely forces everything.
Where will you fit the gym?
I mean, the gym could be in it. It could be in the family room where you have it. Where you have it right now. It could be in the garage. I mean, it could be in this bedroom. Again, I'm trying to think like the least amount of money spent. Okay, to fix this property would be just utilizing this for the family room.
Right. That's
all the stuff I'm telling you.
Keep the front door and use it for the family.
Yeah, no, moving the front doors, I don't think you should do it. I think it's a major problem that it's causing a lot of these conversations. But for what you paid for how it is, it's like it doesn't really. I don't think it really pencils. I don't think you have a great upside as a sale because you don't have a backyard.
I don't sell real estate.
Good. You see that this is another what Israelis and Persians have in common. We only buy real estate. We never sell.
I never sell real estate, brother. So I don't worry about selling.
I used to tell my clients I sell real estate, but I don't sell real estate. You know, I sell other people real estate, but I don't sell my own real estate. But yeah, I think near bang for the buck, okay, like smart investment here is giving total utility to this, okay? Otherwise, it's a slippery slope, moving walls, allocating stuff. I think if you position the sauna, the cold plunge on this side of the property of the backyard, where it connects to the gym, you will have a natural flow over here, okay? Then another element would be make sure you give utility. You probably have to put the TV over here. I don't think this is weight bearing. Think about some sort of a way you can either raise the ceiling or creating some sort of a partition or like a semi partition that would optically not make it look bad. I don't think you should spend more than $250,000 on this property. You can also give utility to this space, but as you said, like a breakfast, like this would be a good corner library moment, right? That would try to spend the most amount of time over here, okay? And if you also change these windows to floor to ceiling doors, okay, and hedge, if you change these to floor to ceiling doors, okay, you see what I'm saying?
Floor to ceiling doors, I don't understand.
Glass doors. I'll show you. Instead of being a window, okay, this is the area we're talking about, right?
Oh, open it.
Open it.
Somebody
okay?
can use the front yard from
and then
the
you deck it over here. You hedge this. You deck it. That's exactly what I would do. That's my answer. Okay. The money you need to spend is to turn these windows to doors, French doors opening out. You hedge this front yard. Completely tall hedge. Don't cheap it out, okay? I want minimum 15-gallon ficuses, okay? Do some part deck, some part grass. Make a library over here. That's your TV room. So when you after dinner, after you eat, okay, when you come watch the TV, to your right side you have outdoor space. Where when you're inside, you don't feel like because you hedge it doesn't feel like a backyard. It feels like a it feels like an outdoor space, right? It could be your backyard, right? And you make sure people have the most amount of excuse to hang out at this part. They can go read a book over here in this nook, use the corner to do cabinetry, nice little book. So when you turn around, you have a little internal wow factor, okay? See over here, okay? These have to be opened up this way. You put the TV over here, you set up the couch over here. And then behind that space, this area, you do a nook, a library nook, okay? So when you walk in, you turn around, you look at this corner, you get a wow factor, right? Like you're not expecting a beautiful library shelf in this corner, but also it pulls the weight towards this side of the house. And by opening it to the outdoor space, you also...
Even though it's the front.
Yeah, towards the front, right? You create the illusion that you have two outdoor spaces. But you just have to really give it utility, okay? And then you have the kitchen over here. The kitchen is massive. It's a huge kitchen.
Yeah, we're gonna completely redo it.
Yeah, stools are good. Yeah, the dining table, I think that's this is kind of again, weird place. It's really weird. I hope you see that this bedroom is here, you know?
Yeah. There's a hallway in the bedroom.
Yeah, it's like a...
Will you move that bedroom, make this a full kitchen, move that bedroom to the other side? But then, maybe build another bathroom and move it on to that.
I think it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. You're not going to get the bang for the buck.
Okay.
I don't think you would get the bang for the buck. It's a flaw that you should close your eyes to, and not waste your money on it. But yeah, that's what I would do with it. No more than 250. You will never, because you don't have the backyard, you will never get that humongous upside. All right. One more question for today.
Okay, perfect. Sin, go ahead. Sin's ready. I gave him a heads up.
Okay.
What's up? What's your question?
Hi, Arvin. So my question is, I think you have 10 different factors where we have to consider to really rate a property for its how well it is. My question is, what is the correct way to... What should I think about first? What is the priority? So I think I saw the way you analyze, let's say a property, you zoom out. So that's like the top-down approach, where you look at the overall and then you zoom down in. And then I think earlier you also mentioned about the factors where people plan for the windows, and then in the end the entire internal finishing happens to be led on through that one simple decision. So what is the step that we can... What is a ideal step where we can think? Should we do top down or like bottom up, start from the finishes? And
if you're building, great question. Okay, if the correct way of doing it, this is how my inner circle. If you're building a custom built home, dream home, this is my approach. Okay, the first and foremost, let me put it this way, there's not a single one. I think the example I gave you of the house that had so many flaws today, but it broke a record, was that, you remember, it had an architectural score of 3, right? It had all these finishes were very average. I will give the finishes of that house a 6. Okay, it's really being aware of what all these 10 principles have. What are the most 10 principles that are important to you, and do the lot justice. You got to do it all 10 at the simultaneous time. Okay, so my approach would be this: when I'm choosing a lot, right, to buy for a client, okay, I take into account the architectural style they're looking to buy. Okay, then so when I'm looking at the lots, I'm thinking, okay, how would that house sit on the lot? Okay, where's my approach? Where's my driveway? Where am I looking into introduce the driveway? Then I'm looking at, obviously, same time, slope of the lot, the architectural style of the lot, the layout of the stall, how many kids they have, how many elements they have, right? Then I ask my client, what are your priorities? Okay, it says, for example, the guy says, you know what, it has to be a modern home. Okay, that's a must. Like, I have decided a modern home. Okay, So that is a hard no, okay? So it's like a fixed thing that I can't change, okay? Then I see which elements can I sacrifice without people noticing it, without damaging, right? Without damaging resale value. How much can I lower a 10 to a 7 without damaging the resale value? Because there is no such a thing as a perfect home, okay? But to answer your question, all these have to happen simultaneously, and 90%, 99% of the time it doesn't. Okay, and a lot of times when I'm doing them, I've already the project have started, so I'm jumping in halfway in the middle of the project, right? And that's fine. We adopt and we go. But for example, as your question to windows and floors, on the interior, you start with the couch placement. Okay, which way is the bed facing in that bedroom? Okay, is it under the window? Is it facing the window? Which wall is available? So you start positioning the experiences. See, it all goes back to when I say reverse engineering goosebumps. Okay, where would you get goosebumps if you sit in the living room? Okay, so if we put the house like this, when you're sitting on the couch watching TV, you can look at your wife. You can see the children play, right? And the backdrop is the view of downtown LA, for example. Okay? I start there on the interior form. And then at the same time, I have to place the house on the lot at the correct location for the window to be there. Okay? This skill comes from studying thousands and thousands of properties. And for me, it happens like this. Okay, I would say significantly quicker, faster than anyone else I've ever met. Okay, that doesn't mean it can't happen to you. It would take you longer time. Okay, it would take you a significantly longer time. But if you follow that principle of, let me start from where I'm going to position the couch, so the wife or the husband of the house will have that magical moment. Okay, and then go, where's the breakfast nook is going to have the most amount of natural light. I need 3 bedrooms next to each other for family. I need this internal privacy. I need the wow factor. You're constantly battling. These 10 principles are fighting each other. Okay, it's a battle. Okay, and then you ask yourself, which ones am I willing to sacrifice? What trick I could use to optimize? What trick could I use to diffuse the situation? Okay, because this is more important to my client. So it's each, I mean, there's so much, right? Because like, for example, you say, okay, this room is going to be dark, but I'm like, okay, but I know which finishes I'm going to use to light it up. Okay, this is why like I've got to use this, because it's all connected with each other. It's all like an organic, as much as I divide it into 10, is to really slowly for you guys to understand that there's 10 principles. You have to master them all and then understand how they work together.
Tomorrow's session is actually going to tie into that very nicely. Sin and everyone else, it will help you because you'll see just how they all factor in together. It will either help you or confuse you further, but either way, you will enjoy it.
Tomorrow's going to be fun. Tomorrow's going to be, you're going to get a little bit of a break from all the lectures. It's going to be very practical. It's going to be very hands-on. And we're going to laugh a lot and have lots of fun. Okay, guys, it is 12:40 over here in Los Angeles. I love you all. Do your homework. Remember, I want you to allocate a price, okay? And did you drop the application, okay?
Yes.
Okay. If you want, you're more than welcome to email me if you want to do everything. But again, everyone's going to get a first shot. I'm not making any favors, and then I'm not making it available. You can't pay me right now, okay? I will tell you when you can, and who pays first, once the qualified people, I'll say, hey, you guys are qualified. You can go make a payment. Who makes the initial payment would get in. So there's nothing you can do to change the sequence. I love you all. So far, 3 people qualified already. But you still have to fill out the application, okay?
I also want to say the application itself is lower pressure. So don't worry. The application is to learn more about the inner circle. So if you're even curious, don't hesitate to submit the application so you can learn more and then make your decision. Perfect.
Yeah.
You make your decision and we'll make ours.
Yeah, we just have to make sure we're the right fit, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Love you guys. Thank you. See you guys
Thank you
tomorrow.
all.
Tomorrow's going to be a blast. Tomorrow is going to be so much fun. Okay? Take care.
Bye.
Bye. See you guys.